Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2021 GAA Healthy Club project in partnership with Irish Life and Healthy Ireland, supported by the HSE and the National Office for Suicide Prevention. We're absolutely delighted to have you all join us this morning. Unfortunately, yet again, it has to be in the virtual world. We would love to have had 400 or 500 delegates streaming into Croke Park this morning, and the energy and the connection and the fun that we usually have at these live events. But we hope that you will appreciate our efforts to transition this here across into the virtual world. We did so. We did so back in January to some success and a lot of positive feedback. So hopefully today's agenda will keep you all informed and entertained. Today's theme is the 5 ways to well-being, and I'll touch on that a little bit later on. But we've an array of phenomenal speakers and contributors for you here today. It's a long event. We'll be running until 2:30. So we've built in a number of breaks along the way to ensure that we get away from the screen and get up, and a few movement breaks built into that. But each section then will speak to each of the 5 ways to well-being. The conference at this time of the year normally serves two functions: to celebrate the phenomenal achievement of the healthy clubs that have just completed phase 4. And there's 129 of you out there that would normally be getting your official accreditation and certificates and plaques and flags in Croke Park today. So a huge congratulations to all of you. The project that brings it up to 300 clubs that have been engaged in the Healthy Club project. The other aspect of today's conference then is to launch the official opening of expressions of interest for our next phase, and that will they officially open today. So we're inviting all new interested clubs. If you're representing a club that hasn't yet been involved in the project, if you're tuning in today, to jump on to gaa.ie/community to explore the expression of interest. And we're seeking to recruit an additional 150 to 200 clubs to join phase 5, which will begin on the 5th of February with a national orientation day here in Croke Park 2022. Today's agenda, we're touching on, we'll be having a phenomenal contribution, first of all, from Dr. Tony Bates, who will be delivering the keynote address on the theme of Connect. We'll then be moving over to the theme of Be Active, where we're exploring GAA Games for All and our social games. We'll have a little bit of a movement break then when we move into the theme of Take Notice, where we'll be exploring the new GAA Green Clubs initiative and the broader sustainability agenda within the association. Another break will bring us into the Keep Learning theme, where we're looking at youth leadership within the association. We've got Keith Ricken, the new Cork football manager, to guide us through some discussions there. I should have mentioned Julia White will be joining us on the Take Notice. We've got a strong Cork theme running throughout today. After another movement break, then we'll be finishing up with the theme of Give, where we'll be exploring volunteerism in the association with All-Ireland winner Conor Meyler from Tyrone and the one and only Matty Kilroy, one of the GAA's really exceptional volunteers, and we'll be exploring Matty's story later on. We also have a bit of a competition going today. We've got 4 sets of really unique GAA Healthy Club jerseys to give away. There's a live draw for people who pre-registered for today's conference. That will be taking place at the very end when Aoife O'Brien is giving our closing section, the National GAA Healthy Club Coordinator. So stay tuned for that. And if you are listening live out there, you can comment on the YouTube channel, send in any questions you might have for any of our speakers. We've got 2 people monitoring all the chat and discussion on the YouTube channel. So now, folks, just to make an official opening. As I said, the 5 ways to well-being is the theme for today, and to officially open the conference, I'm going to now invite over Dr. Janice Harrington. Janice is the chair of the GAA National Health and Wellbeing Committee. She's been a driving force in her own club, the St Finbarrs National Football and Hurling Club, in terms of the Healthy Club, their involvement in the Healthy Club project, along with her sister Claire. And after 3 terms sitting on the National Health and Wellbeing Committee, on Larry McCarthy, who was to join us today but had to fly out to New York, selected Janice as the chair of that national committee. So I'd like to invite Janice on to officially open the 2021 GAA Healthy Club Conference.
Thanks, Colin. It gives me great pleasure to be here today to welcome you all to the Healthy Club Conference. I was at the very first Healthy Club Conference in 2013, 8 years ago, and I think there were 60 people at that conference. Today, I think we have over 500 officially registered, with many, many more joining us live on YouTube. So I think that just goes to show how much this has grown over the last number of years. As you mentioned, I'm involved in the Healthy Club with my own club, St Finbarrs in Cork, or more locally known as the Bars. And I suppose we got involved in it and started the Healthy Club because we saw there was a need there, and people were looking for, recognizing that the club is a little bit more than just the players on the pitch. There's a lot more to a club, the whole wide community that is the GAA, that is your local GAA club. And I think it shows great leadership from the GAA that they have taken on and recognized the importance of a club in terms of the overall community and what we can contribute to the community. And again, as saying, recognizing it's not just the players on the field or the mentors with those players. It's the parents, the coaches, the community that come and stand on the pitch, be it for an under-6 hurling match to the senior hurling match, and everyone that's involved in getting those players on the pitch, that wider community and that wider support. So I think it's great that, in terms of the leadership, and everyone here joining us today is involved with that, and we all play our small part in promoting the health and well-being of our community and opening our gates of our club to the wider community, bringing people in, fostering them. And I think, when we started the Healthy Club in 2013, we had 16 clubs with 2 mentor clubs. We're now at 300. And going more in 2022, we'll have another 200. So bringing it up to over 500 clubs. And we think of the number of people that all of our work is impacting on. 500 clubs, that's thousands of people that our work is impacting on. So while we're working at a club level, we may be doing something very small in the club, but collectively and as a community, we are really, really having an impact on the health and well-being and promoting the health and well-being of the wider community. And I suppose we've seen that the importance of that community and the importance of the work that everybody here joining this conference, everybody involved, whether they're a healthy club or you are looking to become a healthy club, the importance, particularly over the last 18 to 20 months, the impact that the GAA club, the GAA community has had in helping, supporting our communities, whether it's doing food drops or reaching out to those who found themselves somewhat isolated over the last 18 months over the course of this pandemic. And I think most of our work is goes it just happens, the work that we do in the GAA club, it happens. And I think today is a great day to celebrate and stand up and acknowledge the great work that we're all doing in all of these clubs, no matter whether it's giving fruit to our kids after a street league match, or supporting our communities during kind of hard times with our critical incidents plans. So I think, I think everyone here needs to celebrate, clap themselves on the back, and clap your fellow club mates on the back as well, because it really are doing a lot. And for I suppose, with just to acknowledge as well the importance of our county health and wellbeing committees, and to reach out to your county health and wellbeing committee, and even more so, they're really going to be important over the next, as the Healthy Club has grown. Our county health and wellbeing committees are there to support all of our clubs, and to help support the work that you are doing in your club. So if you haven't already reached out to your county health and wellbeing committee, I'd certainly encourage you to do that over the coming weeks as we go through. And finally, just to acknowledge the huge effort all clubs have put in over the last particularly the last 20 months, and in particular the 129 clubs who completed the phase 4 of the Healthy Club. And unfortunately they were only able to get together once in February 2020, but you've done phenomenal work, and congratulations, and looking forward to hearing all of the watching all of the work, the progress over the next phase of the Healthy Club. So I'm going to hand back to Colin now, and enjoy your day, enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Janice, and very much a leader who does so by example in terms of the phenomenal work that the St Finbarr's Club is doing down in Cork. We selected the 5 ways to well-being as the theme for this year's conference because we feel it's a framework that helps simplify the concept of health and well-being, and it's evidence-based, developed by the New Economics Foundation over in England, and we feel that each of the 5 ways speak very, very strongly to what all GAA clubs do for their members and their communities, and particularly our healthy clubs. So when we were sitting down to plan this conference, we wanted to open, considering the disconnect that I think we've all experienced since the pandemic, we really spent a lot of time thinking about the first way to well-being, connect, and who would be the right person to guide us through a discussion around the importance of connection in our lives and how clubs and healthy clubs can be that conduit for connection. And I don't know if any of you tune into the Brendan O'Connor show on a Sunday morning. You may have heard Dr. Tony Bates having some really interesting conversations with Brendan over the last number of months on a variety of topics. And we also do a lot of work with Jigsaw, which was founded by Tony and then called Headstrong. So we figured I would reach out to him. I discovered that he actually is a neighbour of mine up in the northwest now, living up in Sligo, just right beside the neck of Leitrim that touches the coast. And he very generously, a very, very busy man, generously agreed to come on board because he was excited by what he heard the GAA was trying to do here. So I just want to give a really, really warm welcome to Dr. Tony Bates this morning.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you so much. It's great to be here, and I suppose I've been asked to talk about Connect as one of the 5 a day for mental health. And I mean, I want to talk about the importance of connecting with ourselves and connecting with each other, and how that helps us. But I suppose my main desire this morning is to connect with you, the audience, and with you individually watching this, because I don't want to just get across some concepts. I want to speak to where you're at in your journey to mental health, wherever you might be, good or bad, a good or bad place, and see if some of these ideas speak to where you're at and are helpful. And that's what I hope will happen this morning. So connect, and you can feel it there, the feet on the floor, that sense of connection. That's what we're talking about. How do we connect with ourselves and with each other? And why do we connect? I suppose when we hide from the world, which I think a lot of us spend time doing, the world can't find us. And we remain feeling quite lonely inside our heads, and the world doesn't know where we're at. So the real reason we connect is so that we can grow, because when we connect, we grow. When we don't connect, we tend to remain stagnant, and we remain stuck in whatever place we're at. So why are we afraid to come out of hiding and connect? I think that you all remember the Pink Floyd story of Pink, whose father left when he was a kid, and he had some traumas, and he had some more traumas, and then life just seemed to go from one rough break to another. And gradually, he said, all of these experiences were like bricks in a wall, and he was hiding behind that wall. And the whole story of Pink Floyd and the performance of the wall is really, how does he break out from behind that wall and connect? And you know, it's a story we can all relate to, I think, in some way. So coming out of hiding, what does it take? What does it take, you know, to come out from wherever we might be hiding and be ourselves? And I think the first thing I'd say is that we are not just ever being ourselves. We're trying to become more ourselves. It's a process, and every day can bring us a bit closer to being more honest with the world, more open, more real, more real. That's really what we're getting at here, is how do I be real? And I think it begins with being honest with myself, first of all, you know, not hiding from myself. You know, how am I feeling, and what is going on? And if things are not going on well, let's come clean with ourselves, at least, about that. And that's, you know, until we recognize that we have a difficulty, we are never in a position to do anything about it. And to put it another way, when we can recognize that we're in pain or we're struggling with something, we're already beginning to take care of it. You know, even just recognizing and accepting something is the beginning of taking care of it. I think also we need to trust that whatever you're feeling, there's a very good reason why you're feeling that way. I always think if there's only one intervention, particularly those of you who are concerned about the welfare of young people, and you know, there's only one thing you could do and say, I would suggest it's this, that you kind of look to a young person or to yourselves and say, look, whatever you're feeling, there's a very good reason why you're feeling that way. And let's see if together we can make some sense of that. And again, it's the sense that there's not something wrong with you, but there's something happening in your life. And this is interesting. Let's see, can we understand this and do something with it? Speaking the truth, you know, what do I think about things? What do I feel about things? That's a habit that we can actually learn, to speak the truth. Even if the truth is, I don't have an opinion on that. I don't know much about that stuff. I'm not good on that. That's the truth. But it's being yourself and speaking your truth. And finally, I think we need to know what nourishes. We need to know who and what nourishes our soul. We all have a soul. We don't see it easily in ourselves, but we always see it in other people. You can always tell the sense, the soul of a person. But what feeds that? What makes it come alive? So just taking those first steps, you know, mental health for me and connecting begins in awareness, begins with connecting, begins with steadying myself, because when I connect, I often get carried away with stories in my head and fears. Oh my God, what's wrong with me? Is there something? No, hold on. First thing we need to do is to just steady ourselves. And I like this approach, which is a 3-step approach to steady ourselves. And I want you to follow this through with me now. We're going to take just a minute to go through this. Bring your attention back to your body and notice what's happening. Let yourself be exactly the way you are. So that's number one. Just notice and let yourself be. Okay? So this is A, anatomy. Notice what's happening in your body and let yourself be. No judgment, no commentary, no narrative, just, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting how much, you know, how happy I feel, or how sad I feel, or how nervous I feel? Isn't that interesting? Accept it. Number 2, bring your attention to your breath and allow yourself to relax a little more each time you exhale. So each time you exhale, you're going to go from, if you're 90% tense, all I want you to go to is 89%. Each time you breathe out, just bring it like walking down a very gentle stairs. So again, we're focusing on the out breath. And the out breath is generally a little longer than the in breath. And then finally, just to say to yourself the word calm each time you breathe out. So if you're breathing out and you're letting yourself relax, just say the word calm privately to yourself. So you've got ABC, the anatomy, the breath, and the word calm. And you can practice this standing at a bus stop or, sitting in a class. Nobody need know. But what you're doing here is you're taking a moment to connect, but also to steady yourself. And I think, I think that just to give an example of how that works in this guy's life, Alex Honnold, who climbed Yosemite, is a free climber. He uses absolutely no harnesses or ropes or supports at all. And it took 36 days to climb this. The first time it was climbed by 2 climbers. He actually climbed it in 4 hours eventually, just with nothing. And it was a pretty precarious kind of thing. One slip and he's dead. There's no question about it. And people asked him, I thought it was interesting, do you ever feel nervous? And again, why wouldn't he? But I thought his answer was very good. He said, I got very good at recognizing the signs of fear. And I just noticed that he has to even notice that he's afraid, because it comes, we all experience it slightly differently. When I notice these happening during a climb, a rational part of my mind steps back as if I'm looking at my own behavior. And I say to myself, you're scared. You need to relax. Listen to the tone of that. It's not just what you say, but it's the way you say it. It's kind of a friendly, you're scared. You need to relax. Take it easy, I look around me with less focus and intensity. I see more and I take in more. Now, this is interesting because in neuroscience, when you're very anxious, you have tunnel vision. Your fight flight regions systems are activated, and you can only see the one thing that is terrifying and nothing around it. When you calm yourself through breathing, you reduce the noradrenaline in our system. Noradrenaline is what's going around the brain. It's the equivalent of the adrenaline in the body. But we reduce that and we steady ourselves emotionally. So we see a bigger picture. We see a bigger picture. And we see not just, the player in front of us who's coming at us, but also the guys on each side of him or her that might be even more of a threat. So this makes sense, guys, even in a moment of battle. And then I think the other thing is to befriend what we see. So when we connect with our emotions, I think we need to learn to befriend them. Emotions are messages. They're like physical symptoms. Each emotion we have is telling us something about something in our life that needs attention or that's not quite right. And it's a very important message, but sometimes we just don't like the messages and we want to get rid of them as quick as we can. And we turn to substances or other ways of distracting ourselves. But the key is really to befriend your emotion as something that's your personal guide, and I liked, because mental health, just before I said, is not about feeling good or feeling bad. We often think of it. When we talk about mental health, we often really are talking about a mood, a good mood. Lovely to have them. When I'm in a good mood, I have mental health. That's not mental health. That's a good mood. It's well-being. It's great. But mental health is much more about, not about feeling good or bad, but it's about knowing how I feel and asking myself, what do I need? What do I need in this moment? And it's that kind of connection, that relationship with oneself that leads to mental health. I love this quote of Kelly I love that feeling of being nervous, of being in a situation of facing the unknown, and I embrace it. And that's what we need to do with hard feelings. It gives me so much energy. Fear is good if you can use it in the right way. So it's sort of, my fear is my friend rather than something I have to get rid of or a sign that there's something wrong with me. Something that needs attention, but my fear is not just random coming out of nowhere. So I'm finally just going to finish with this image. This is, I suppose, when we think about mental health and resilience, we think of one of the best symbols we have in nature is the redwood tree. And you can see there the thick tree and they live for hundreds of years, literally hundreds, centuries. And they're the tallest tree in the world by far. And they have an incredibly strong bark, and so they're resistant to all kinds of weathers and assaults and difficulties and pandemics and anything life throws at a redwood. They somehow are able to survive it. And I think I want you just to think for a moment, how deep are my roots? How deep do you think the roots of this tree goes, given that it has to be it has to have real stability underneath in order to be able to be resilient on the outside. And you might think it's like a kilometer deep or a mile deep, but actually it's 5-6 feet deep. That's all they are. They go 5-6 feet. That's the full extent of the length of the depth of the redwood's roots. But something happens when they go 5-6 feet. They turn right and they turn left, and they connect with the roots of the tree next to them. So now that they're connected, this is an example showing you that, but it is obviously the ground has eroded over centuries. But you can see how they interconnect, and that interconnection, they feed each other sugar and they feed each other nutrients. If one is missing something, the other one gives, it's the root of the redwood's resilience is their connection. So that's where their strength lies, in their connection. And I suppose nature is like, it's like a scripture sometimes. It's showing us what's the truths that are most important in our life. And I think this is an amazing truth. So finally, just again, connect. I want you to think about connecting with your body, checking in with how you're feeling. Listen to what it might be trying to tell you, okay? Connecting with your breath, taking time to breathe, breathing in and breathing out slowly, saying the word calm with each out breath. ABC, checking the anatomy, breathing out and just saying calm. And that steadies you to deal with whatever you have to deal with. And as I say, this can happen in the middle of a game. It can happen in the bus shelter. It can happen when you're sitting down to do homework. And then finally, connecting with what nourishes your soul. We are strongest when we're connected with who and what we love. In the case of the redwood, it's each other. And in our lives, we need to know who are the people that really lift us and nourish us. And it could be a coach, it could be a trainer, it could be somebody that just seems to make you feel more like who you are, really, and who you are becoming. And then also what we love. What are the activities, what are the things that make us feel connected with ourselves? So I'll pass back now. Thank you. And I'll just pass back to Colin.
Tony, thank you so much. That was just exactly what I needed after quite a frantic Friday evening and quite a frantic Saturday morning. So the reconnecting with my own breath was very, very useful there, and connecting with my own state of mind. And I hope everybody else out there that's tuning in got the same experience and sense, because we appreciate you all joining us on giving up yet another Saturday morning, as GAA volunteers tend to do so freely. Tony, I'm going to invite another contributor into the discussion here now, Emma Meyler. And Emma is one of the GAA youth reps, is one of the hats that you wear, Emma. I'm not going to limit you to that by any means. Maybe you might just tell everybody else at home about your involvement in the association and what you're doing in your life at the moment.
Yeah, so I would be involved heavily beyond the pitch, kind of in a media sense, and just the last year or so I would have been involved in the department, volunteering in a number of different things. But I'm here today as a young person to contribute as a young person and kind of give that perspective on this conversation, so that hopefully those people in the audience can bring that back to their club and back to the underage teams.
Brilliant, because when we first spoke with Tony about the theme of connection and that we had a particular section around youth leadership, Tony himself suggested, well, look, it would be great to have a young voice to bring their perspective to this initial theme of our conference. And I suppose, having listened to Tony there, was there anything that initially came to mind, or any questions particularly that it provoked for you?
Yeah, I suppose a lot of the time, I think adults are kind of apprehensive to approach young people when it comes to mental health, and so as not to upset them or how to approach it correctly. But I suppose Tony's broken it down to make it so simple and to really, just that one connection will lead to a whole conversation. I think that basic idea is very important, and to not be afraid to approach young people, and that you don't have to go in and solve their problem straight away. As Tony said, mental health isn't good health or bad health. It's kind of facilitating that conversation. That's what makes you the one good adult, is being able to approach a young person and provide that conversation for them.
Very good. Go ahead, Tony.
No, just great to see Emma, and thanks for coming along this morning. And you've just summarised everything I've tried to say, but much more clearly than I could. So thank you for that. I think we have to. Some of the pressures we put on ourselves is actually trying to solve the problem and fix the problem. Whereas what most people need is that somebody, what we need to do, I think that's better, is to connect with the person. So, just be present, really just listen to what they're trying to say, and they don't mostly have the words to say it very clearly. So it takes a bit of back and fro and, for them to find the words to say what they're feeling inside. And we just need to get out of their way. I mean, we need to be present and listen as they, and to connect with them in little ways we can, like saying things like, it sounds like this is a really tough time. It sounds like, I hear the word rage. That's a strong word. Tell me about that. Just to listen. I remember I was supervising psychiatrists in James's, and one of them came in to me and she said, I was just with this young person, and they were a young woman, and she said they were really suicidal, and I didn't know what to say. And I said, hold on a second. Now, do you ever go out dancing? And she's going out to nightclubs, and I said, who do you go with? This girlfriend of hers. And I said, so say you're with Bridie, or whoever she was, and you're out and you're sitting at the bar, and Bridie says to you, God, I'm feeling a bit suicidal these days. What would you say back? And she said, oh, I'd say, Bridie, I'm so sorry to hear that. That sounds awful. What's going on? And I said, so you'd have a conversation. You'd be genuinely interested and warm and caring. And why is it then in the doctor's office? Well, of course, this is a bit simplistic. She has all the responsibility for that person that she's seeing in the hospital. But still, the message is the same. What people need is someone to connect with them, to recognize that they're in a bit of pain, and to help them to find the words to say it. And that's what, so many volunteers do. And sometimes you don't, you don't even get into the problems. It's just
Mm-hmm.
they're having a tough day and they need to connect with somebody. It doesn't always have to include a conversation about particular problems, but just the fact that they feel connected and heard and recognized, or even you say, now, I've seen you play better, just somebody sees that they're not up to, they're not completely themselves that day. That can be enough to make people feel that link is enough to be life-giving for that person. Somebody saw him having a tough time. That's all it takes.
And Tony, that's interesting, because one of the philosophies of the Healthy Club project is to make the club itself as a setting, an environment
Yeah.
that welcomes those conversations. And we always say we're not a service provider. We're not the HSE, or we're not the mental health services, but we are trying to nurture a space where everybody, not just the young people, feel that if they are having a bad day, they can articulate that, and they can reach out to anybody else in the club for that type of conversation you're talking about.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I think for many people, we don't know what's happening in their lives at home, or in their extended family lives, or in their communities. And I imagine many of the young people who go to clubs, they're going there, they're going to a safe place for them. And it may be one of the safest places in their lives. Maybe school is that for them as well. But maybe the club is a particularly safe place. And so for a while, when they're in the club, they're kind of contained. The world is manageable. I am manageable. I know what to do. I know who I am. I know how I'm allowed to contribute something. I'm allowed to get in the game. All of that is powerful mental health food, if you like. But as I say, it's just think of the person and not the problem. Think of just figuratively, holding that space, where the person can be themselves. They may be gloriously happy, by the way, that's also allowed. But they can be themselves in however they're feeling, and just, somebody sees them. Somebody actually sees them. They look at them a certain way, that they see them, they get them, they believe in them. And that is food for the soul. And that also makes me trust myself a little more. Maybe I'm not as weird as I thought. Maybe there's some good in me. Maybe I'm okay. Maybe I'm just having a really rough time, but I can get through this. I've got this far. I can get further. It's, I suppose, for me, 12 years of Headstrong and Jigsaw taught me one thing, that with most young people, very little goes a very long way. Mm-hmm. Just huge. You have no idea, and you may never know how much good you've done, but it goes a long way and stays with them.
And I'll bring Emma in now. Just on that very point, Tony, I've been reading a book, The Body Keeps the Score, by Basil van der Kolk. And he talks about those micro doses of therapy. They're not, therapy isn't the wrong word. It's just of love, really, or of caring that people can give throughout a day. And Emma, I know you in anticipation of coming on this morning and chatting to Tony, you were doing a little bit of canvassing of your own friends and your peers to see, well, what wisdom could you bring to our audience, or what questions you might bring to Tony.
Yeah, I suppose a kind of common ground that would have came up amongst people I talked to, and definitely something that I recognise myself, is kind of the area around managing expectations. And I kind of suppose it reflects on the club too, where the club would be a safe and enjoyable space for young people, a release, the GAA club, when they're going training with their friends. But oftentimes that can feed into kind of that sense of overwhelm when it comes to school and college, and then you're going training and then you have a match. And I feel like young people now have a lot of expectations, and this was before COVID. This isn't a result of COVID. And I think there's kind of that worry, and a lot of it's self-imposed, and then you're constantly thinking about the future and about your career, and about even younger children, what college you're going to go to, and you must get this number of points, and it's constant. And then you come to the club and you're hoping that it might be a safe space and it might be relaxed, but oftentimes it can be pressure, and there's pressure to make inter-county teams and to make the club senior team. And I suppose if adults in the club, and especially the people on the call today, the Healthy Club officers, could, facilitate that enjoyment that the GAA strives to push and to keep up, I think that would be fantastic. But maybe, Tony, you could give us an insight into how people can facilitate that balance and trying to, manage expectations, and how the adults here today can put that forward to young people.
Well, it was much easier in my day, 1931, because there was far fewer options. There's far fewer things we could do. So you couldn't do sailing and dancing and sport and piano. And now you can do all those things. And kids are just expected to do all those things. And parents are terrified that if they don't teach them all of those things, that they're somehow failing them. This is a form of madness. But maybe because, truthfully, there's only a limited amount that we can give our energy to. We can't handle everything. And it doesn't mean we don't try things, but when we try things that we need to. My daughter did the drums and she wanted to do percussion, and then she discovered she didn't like it that much. So we allowed her to let it go. It was okay to give up the drums, and then she did singing, and then she liked that more. We need to give young people flexibility to try things, but also to let things go in order to focus on what they discover they really love. And for coaches, I would say just an interesting question to ask a young person who seemed to be very anxious or very, troubled or just stressed generally. Ask them, what else? I know you come to the club, but what else do you do in your life besides school? Find out how many other things they're doing. And, even to say that's an awful lot to be balls to be keeping in the air at the one time. This is more for parents than young people, but we need to recognize that, young people, some of the work of growing up happens when young people are sitting in their room, listening to music, playing, PlayStation, watching TV, talking to friends, doing nothing. It looks like they're doing nothing, but that's the real work of growing up, and right there. And those times when people are doing nothing are often times when things are coming together in their mind, and they need to be allowed to have those times, those days when not much happens. So it's not that the more you do, the happier and more mentally healthy. That's not going to work. So just young people are human, and they need downtime, and they need focused energy around certain things that matter to them. But not too many things. I think you're right, Emma. It's crazy.
That's no more totally like with Emma's point there. One of the other, there's a couple of big buzzwords that have been very popular during the pandemic. Mental health, as you pointed out, is often misused. Resilience then is another term that has, everybody wants some resilience. We should be selling it in the supermarkets, and it has been a big question that's come on for you today when people have been registering. We asked them that send in any questions they might have for you, and there has been a lot of queries around how can we build resilience in our young people.
Well, I think it relates very much to what Emma's just been saying. I think resilience is what we call on when we're facing a tough situation. So we all would like more resilience, but remember, resilience is really, it's the ability to connect with ourselves, our own inner strength, and with supports around us. Resilience is not all about what's inside me. It's think of the redwood. It's how can I connect, and with whom can I connect that gives me that feeling I can face a tough time. And I would say that there's a lot of things we say about resilience, but the one thing I'd say is, when you're facing a tough time, the question to ask yourself is, what Well, what is the best outcome here? What's the ideal? You know, what's the most one? Okay, magic, probably not going to happen. What's the worst thing? You know, I could die. Probably not going to happen. What would be the best outcome realistically that could happen in this situation? You're going to have to play a match. What is it? What would be a really good outcome today? Maybe we'll win, maybe we won't. But you know, what would be a really good outcome? And then, so it's setting goals that are achievable. Going back to Emma's remark before, and things that we can manage. That's really, I think, the secret of resilience. It's doing what we can manage, and knowing what we can call on to help us do that.
Very good. And you know, because I know sport is a very good space for building resilience, because there's also that kind of learning from our knocks and our defeats, and coming from Leitrim,
Yeah.
God knows I had enough of them in my life to, I think my resilience should be well tanked up at this stage. Emma, what's your experience of you know, that concept of resilience, or your own experience of it?
I suppose a lot of the time, I think in my day, everything goes on social media. You see everybody's wins and their success. But for me, and for whether it's a college assignment or whether it's a competition, anything like that, it's when it's the losing and it's the drawing that it kind of teaches me a lesson, that you can't go any further than winning. So it's when you lose or when you draw with someone, that's when you learn, that's when you can take a step up. And I suppose it reflects perfectly in sport that when you draw or when you lose, there's more to go for. And when we do win, you can still reflect. But I suppose that's where the resilience comes in, and you can be sad and you can be disappointed in yourself, but I suppose you kind of have to take the opportunity to learn where you can. And, like we've said, it's connecting with people and having that chat. We didn't play great today. What can we do better? So if you reflect that in your own mental health, I'm not feeling great today. What can I do to feel better? And having that conversation, I suppose, is those small steps to build resilience.
Very good.
Yeah, I think GAA is it's a very good modelling of mental health, because it's more about it's probably more about losing than winning. It's about teaching people to put their whole heart into something, and yet to have their heart broken, and then to get up and to hold each other and march out again a week later to do the same thing, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, that is resilience building. This is this whole thing with mental health being about too much about well-being. Mental health is about how we cope with our pain, and how we learn from mistakes we make. We do dumb things, all of us. I've done stupid things in my life, things that hurt myself, things that hurt other people. I probably learned most from them, to be honest. I wish I hadn't done them. I wish I'd been smarter, but I was dumb, or I was short-sighted. But I learned from those things. Mental health has been willing to learn from really hard knocks and stupidity. It's not about not winning all the time and getting it right all the time. It's not about that.
Only one team can win, and there's a lot of teams out there. So
Just see you do it. It's amazing. It's amazing, and your heart breaks for the guys that lose. But isn't that funny? Sometimes in those moments of loss, maybe some of those teams connect even more deeply with one another, or there's a real, because they see how much this matters to the other person. And I remember somebody saying once, you can really admire a winner, but you kind of love someone who fails, and really puts their heart into it and tries. It's a different kind of solidarity, because we're all that person. We've all put our hearts into some things that didn't work out,
And you're touching on learning there, and I'm going to just maybe for the same question for both of you. I might start with you, Tony, and finish with Emma. What have you learned from the pandemic?
Wow, that's a great question. Take me by surprise. I think the pandemic, it kind of shone a light on all of us, and it revealed things to us about ourselves. Some of the things we didn't like, to know. I certainly had things. I thought I took up the piano at the beginning. I just taken it up, and I thought I'd be playing Beethoven piano concertos at this point. The truth is, it's been a really nightmarishly slow learning thing for me. I've discovered, I'm not a gifted concert pianist that I thought I could have been if I'd only learned to play the piano. I never learned to play. And in lots of other ways, I thought I'd be fitter and stronger, and I'm getting there, but it's been really slow. I'm not nearly as disciplined, as on top of everything as I'd like to think I am. So it's been a kind of a humbling, confrontation with myself. But what it's taught me is acceptance. I've got to work with. This is the guy I have to work with. I'm not somebody else. It's just me. And so it's strengthened my muscle of self-acceptance and maybe a little bit of self-compassion,
There's no substitutes in life, Tony.
Yeah, that's it. And exactly. I have to show up. And it's just, I'm just a bit more real about my own limitations and my own. I'm not, I have certain gifts and that, but I have to work at them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very little comes absolutely naturally.
Yeah, and Emma, what learnings have you taken from the pandemic?
Yeah, I suppose I was very much humbled. I just started out in DCU, and I got 1.5 semester done, and then was straight online. And was that way for the full year, but I'm back now. I'm delighted to be back, and I'm lucky. I suppose I say this to everybody, to have made friends in that first chunk, because I couldn't imagine having to do it all online and have to make friends online. But I suppose what I've learned is that everything can be adapted and everything can be made manageable, whether it's lectures, whether it's how I speak with my friends, and to just kind of take a breather. I can't change everything. I can't fix the pandemic. So to kind of take that step back and say, okay, I can't go out and see my friends. That's fine. We'll have a Zoom. We'll watch a movie together like that. So I suppose becoming more adapted to everything and just taking it easy.
Very good. That's good advice. And look, Tony, as I said at the outset here, we're celebrating the phenomenal achievements of the 300 clubs that are involved in the Healthy Club project, and especially the 129 that just completed phase 4 during a pandemic, led from the front, despite being, as Emma said, they adapted to every single need of their community and their members. And we're also now today launching the expressions of interest for the next phase and encouraging new clubs. We have 1,600 clubs in Ireland, and we're trying to get another 200 to get involved in this great project. No more similar to the 5 ways to well-being. We have kind of general themes that we encourage our clubs to work under, and one of those is we kind of term it mental fitness, to speak with the sporting parlance. If we were to summarize really what you see as the function of a community-based organization and one of our units like a club, in terms of providing that nurturing space and that space for connection, what would your summary be to the clubs that are already in the project or those that are thinking about getting involved around that topic?
Well, I go back to the basics of mental health. For me, it's 3 things. It's knowing who I am. It's someone to be, and it's somewhere to belong, and it's something to do. So it's like identity, attachment, and purpose. They're the 3 kind of pillars of mental health. Your clubs speak to every one of those. It says to a young person coming in, you have something to give. We have a job for you to do. We have a task. It may work out, it may not, but we're going to do this together. You belong here. And as we get to know you, we'll understand who you are and what your particular gifts and limitations are. And so you are, speaking directly to the struggle that every young person is living through in trying to find identity, belonging, and purpose. And I don't think there's, and you're doing far more than a mental health service can do. Like, mental health services can't do all that. They're kind of troubleshooting the ones who fall by the wayside and are bleeding, you know. But that's not, that's kind of repair work. You're doing the real building of mental health work, because services they're not designed for that.
That's a great way of putting it, and a really reassuring way of putting it. I hope for all our listeners out there, because sometimes they can underestimate the phenomenal work that they do as volunteers. And Emma, similar question to yourself then as well, just from the young people's perspective. You know, what is it that what would you encourage our clubs and our volunteers out there to do?
I suppose I would love for like young people to just be recognised and be listened to. It's all well and good having 20 people out training, but behind those jersey numbers is a person who has responsibilities, who has to go home, and you don't really know what they're dealing with. They might tell you so much, but accepting that, you know, they might be on form every single day, and if you could be that person to say everything going all right, and kind of driving home that connect idea that that's going to be the building block, that might, you don't know what that's going to prevent or how that's going to improve on their day. So I think just that one good adult and being that person that can connect with a young person will go a really long way.
Brilliant. And I know my colleagues, Colette and Blanet, are on the YouTube channel. They've just posted up the link to the GAA Jigsaw One Good Coach e-learning workshop. So it's about a 45-minute session, folks, that really takes us through how we can be that one good adult or one good coach, regardless of our role in our club. So feel free to jump on that and avail of it, and connect back in with the organisation Jigsaw that Tony was responsible for setting up. Emma, I'm going to say thanks a million to you for now for your phenomenal contribution. The conversation around youth contribution and leadership will continue a little bit later on in today's session at 12:45 under the Keep Learning theme, and Emma will be helping to co-chair that session, and we've got the brilliant Keith Ricken, who's undoubtedly going to have some brilliant insights there. Right now, we're going to return very much to that, finishing off the connection theme with Tony. And Tony is going to take us on just because we're all over the country, and I know we've got listeners joining in from around the world as well. So we're going to try to overcome the fact that we're not all in the one room here. And Tony is going to take us through just a 3-minute guided meditation to finish off our first section on connection. And I hope you all enjoy it.
Okay, thank you, Colin. Thank you, Emma. So when we ask a young person, how are you? We're really inviting them to connect with themselves in that moment so they can tell us how they are. And what I'd like to do for the next few minutes is to invite you to connect with yourself. And let's together go through that ABC breathing exercises. It's called the relaxation response. And, you know, let's leave you with some very simple tool that you can use. But let's remember, I think what's coming out of the conversation today is that when we do this, we have to do it with a kind of an attitude of acceptance, that in this moment, we need to accept what we find when we connect with ourselves. Maybe we're in distress, maybe we're in joy, maybe we're tense, maybe we're totally relaxed and zoned out. Whatever is going on, it's absolutely fine. And so let's now take a moment to connect with what's happening in me. So just pay attention to your body, whatever posture you're in, whatever place you're in, and just feel how it's connected to the chair or the bed or the floor that's kind of supporting you. Just first of all, feel that connection, that you're being held. You're being held right now by gravity and by furniture. And just surrender to that. Let yourself be held a bit. and ask, just scan down through your body. What's happening? How am I feeling? We're not trying to fix the feeling. We're not trying to analyze it. No, just notice. Maybe I'm tense here. Maybe I'm in pain here. Maybe I'm sore there. Maybe I'm aching, whatever. Or maybe I'm just relaxed and I'm fine. Just connect with that. So this is the A part, where we just breathe in, breathe out normally, and just connect with our bodies. And then we add another layer of, if you like, calm, and that's B. B for breath. So as you breathe in and breathe out, pay attention to the out breath. Don't worry about the in breath. Just pay attention to each time you exhale. And see, can you follow your breath as you exhale? It's generally a little bit longer than the time it takes to inhale. And as you exhale, see, can you allow your body to soften in places where it's holding tension? Just to soften, just a little bit, just a tiny little bit. And with each out breath, maybe you can add a little bit more softening. You can let yourself soften and relax a little bit more. So we're connected with the body, we're accepting what's there, we're breathing in and breathing out, and as we breathe out, we allow ourselves to come down to just soften and relax a little more. And then the final step is just to add C. And C is when we breathe in and breathe out, and we're softening, we're accepting, we're softening. As we breathe out, we add the word calm. You could add the word, if you're really having a hard time, I can do this, I can bear this. But we say something that, focuses our mind, because we need to give our mind something to do. They'll run away with all kinds of stories if we don't. So we give our mind, there's one job to do, which is to say the word calm each time we exhale. And that adds another layer of kind of quietness and stability. And so we do this and we practice it as often as we can. So you get to a point where all you will need to do is to say the word calm, and your whole body will go into a conditioned response. You will just begin to feel relaxed. That's why it's called the relaxation response. And when I say relaxation, it's kind of, you may not feel relaxed, but you feel connected. I think that's a better term, is that I feel connected with what's happening with me in this moment, right here, right now. So let's just enjoy that for a moment or two, and we'll hand back to Colin.
Tony, thanks very much. That was a perfect way to finish off our first theme on connection. I'm just going to bear with you now for about 10 minutes or so to take us through a little bit more of the detail, particularly for the new attendees that might be out there considering signing your club up for phase 5 of the Healthy Club project. So as you can see, way back in 2013, we started having this here conversation about developing a healthy club model. And our keynote address in our last conference was given by Dr. Tony Houlihan back in January, and Tony was at the first meeting where we started developing the Healthy Club concept. We had 16 clubs involved back in 2014 with 2 mentoring clubs to really kind of drill down on what it was we were trying to achieve. The next phase, 2016, 2017, we moved up to, started with 60 clubs. 2 of those didn't complete. So we had 58 accredited healthy clubs. Phase 3, we jumped up to 150 clubs. That was a big jump for us inside the department. And then this last phase that has just completed, that was another 150 clubs. So we doubled. And unsurprisingly, considering the pandemic and the fact that so many healthy club officers out there are frontline workers, etc., there was 129 of the 150 clubs that completed all the necessary steps to get their accreditation, so which was a very, very high completion rate. So The other clubs, the 21 odd clubs that didn't complete, nearly all of them are intending to reapply for phase 5 now, and get involved in the project again, which we're delighted to see. I don't know if you heard the clatter here in the office when I started talking to Tony and Emma, but it was this here picture came down, and this here is what it actually looks like. This is our Healthy Club officers pictured in the Hogan stand. So they were obviously just reminding me that they wanted a little bit of acknowledgement and credit on the conference today when they fell off my wall here beside me and scared the life out of me. So we're looking forward to when we can get everybody back into the stadium here, of course. So Aoife, the National Healthy Club coordinator, Aoife O'Brien, has pulled together these little infographics here to give you an idea of just what the impact of the last phase meant in terms of numbers. So as we said, we had overall 271 clubs that completed. That is a combined membership of the 150,000 people. They're scattered all over the country now. We've got on average about 5-6 clubs in each county, including international clubs, Montreal, Den Haag in Holland, and El Hilal out in the United Arab Emirates. This here looks at what the clubs delivered. So in terms of physical activity and social games was the most popular area, then community development, then diversity and inclusion, something around substance use, gambling awareness, the mental fitness coming in next, and then healthy eating. Those were the most popular areas that clubs delivered activities and initiatives around. And as Tony said, the work that we're doing around mental health is much broader than an actual initiative being delivered. So over all of those, how many people, were the most common people that we reached? The most common age bracket was the 18 to 39 year olds, and over 35,000 people. Total over 70,000 people were engaged through Healthy Club activities. That's just incredible stuff. A fairly even split between male and female participants, and as you can see there, a lot of clubs reached out specifically to individuals that might have had special needs, to the LGBT community. Club members made up a big bulk, but the largest group was wider general community members. And a huge swathe of those would have been engaged through Ireland Lights Up and the Steps Challenge in particular. And we're just getting ready to launch, to prepare for the next Ireland Lights Up, which will be again going out as part of Operation Transformation in January. So we hope that we'll have tens of thousands, we actually had over hundreds of thousands of people participate in that in the past. And we'll be also rolling out another Steps Challenge, coinciding with Ireland Lights Up in January with our partners Irish Life on their My Life app. And many of you, I'm sure, participated back in January when we had nearly 30,000 people on the Steps Challenge. So what are the benefits of becoming a healthy club? On this here, some of these benefits were identified through 2 independent evaluations that were conducted by Waterford IT's Centre for Behavioural Health Research. We will be conducting another independent evaluation in phase 5 next year, and any clubs that sign up will be asked to support that. We'll be looking at particularly the social return on investment of the Healthy Club project. But here's some of the things that your club, and I'm hoping that the clubs that are active in the project recognise these benefits. So it can result in more members joining your club, because as we saw, the clubs were reaching out there to about 35,000 members of the community. So it's becoming much more than just a sports club. It's a community club. A healthy club is a community club. It can attract new volunteers into your club. And we've seen that in terms of some of the phenomenal female leaders that have gotten involved as Healthy Club officers or members of Healthy Club project teams. We know that a lot of our healthy clubs have rolled out the likes of Gaelic for Mothers and Others and GAA for Dads and Lads, which we just launched during the summer there. And that has brought new past players or lapsed players or even new players back into the club, who can then be possibly recruited or encouraged to get involved in coaching or other aspects of the executive or the Healthy Club project team as well. A real strengthening of community goodwill. And again, it's about that, the club demonstrating that they're not just about concerned, they're not just concerned with winning championships or winning cups. Obviously, that's a brilliant bonus for any sports-based organisation. But, you know, we want to be an inclusive club. We want to put on activities that respond to gaps or needs in our community, because it's the community that sustains the club, and we just help to give the community some identity. And it's really about healthy clubs bringing to life the GAA where we all belong motto. It can help access funding and sponsorship, particularly now a lot of funding streams at local authority level or trust level in the 6 counties would speak very strongly to well-being particularly. And we're seeing now in terms of the sustainability or the green agenda that funders, including the state and philanthropic funders, are looking for community groups or sports organisations to demonstrate how they are supporting that particular agenda. And we'll explore that a little bit later on with Jimmy and Mida in the Take Notice Green Clubs section with Julia White. So the next piece then is around the health benefits. Obviously, hopefully many people have benefited through the activities that the Healthy Clubs roll out. Hopefully many of you Healthy Club officers have benefited as well, or volunteers have benefited from a health perspective too. It can promote some very positive media coverage for the participating clubs. And I was just looking at the match programs in the Sligo Club Championship series last weekend, where the Curry Healthy Club was getting great recognition for their GAA All-Stars inclusive training and games program. And then just generally, as Tony would have touched on there, about offering additional connection and support within your club unit. What does the actual Healthy Club journey entail for you new folks out there? The 129 clubs that have just gone through this year will be well sick of the sight and well overly familiar with the 7 steps. But this is the journey to becoming a healthy club. You appoint a Healthy Club officer and project team. We provide training for you in collaboration with your county health and wellbeing committees. That's step 2. That there will largely, for the new clubs, that'll be largely delivered on February 5th at the National Orientation Day. You then do a little bit of a club mapping to see who in your club might be interested in joining your Healthy Club project team, or what your club is already doing, what policies they may have in place there that supports health and wellbeing, and where gaps might be. You then go out and speak to your membership and your community to ask them to help you identify 2 areas that they think your healthy club should focus on. So it could be physical activity for non-playing members. It could be healthy eating for teenagers. It could be developing an all-star program. It could be doing linking up with the Green Clubs program to make sure your club is and your community is supporting the environment, etc., etc. Then, based on that, you develop an action plan that guides your 18-month journey, during which you have to complete these 7 steps to get your Healthy Club accreditation. You then launch the fact that you are now participant in the GAA Healthy Club project back in your local club and your local community, and maybe have a family fun day or something to let everybody know about that. And then Aoife, in the last section today, will be touching on the Healthy Club portal and how you actually report and reflect on what you've been doing. And that's where we gained and all those statistics that Aoife pulled together in those infographics later on. So if you have any questions about this, again, pop them in on the YouTube chat, and Colette and Blannet will be able to respond and signpost you. GAA.ie/community is the main our main portal. So finally, as part of the next phase, we will be introducing this here new continuous development model for healthy clubs. All healthy clubs that have been accredited to date are considered foundation healthy clubs, but we now have new criteria for clubs that already have that healthy club status, that you can strive towards becoming a silver award healthy club or a gold award healthy club. And I won't dwell on this now because there's a lot of information after going through there, but we will be covering this here off in bespoke webinars that we'll be delivering for clubs that already have your Healthy Club accreditation. All the clubs that are coming in as part of Phase 5, you'll be going for your Foundation Healthy Club Award initially. So, folks, that's me for now. I hope you enjoyed the Connect session, the Connect segment. The next thing for me to do is to hand over to my colleague and friend, Geraldine Mc Garrigle, who is the GAA Diversity and Inclusion Officer, who is going to be emceeing and guiding you through a really, really interesting Be Active section, which will look at our social games program and our GAA for All activities.
Thanks very much, Colin. Welcome, everyone. It's been quite an exciting morning already. We've gone through the first stage of Wellbeing, where I'm concentrating now on our second stage, which is Be Active. In the Be Active, we're talking all about the GAA Games for All, and also the social games. So you can see there on the screen we have our GAA for All logo, and it's the GAA Games for All, and then we also have the GAA Dads and Lads. So I call this one Be Active, but I also say Be Gníomhnach. So GAA the Choch, so it's for everyone. It's about social inclusion. It's about being active. It's about incorporating everyone that we can think of in the community that we are in and volunteering in. So we try as much as possible to engage with everybody in our community and meeting the needs. Just wanted to mention as well is that we do have the hashtag. We are going out on YouTube. We're also going out on the social media, which is Twitter, Instagram and LinkedIn, GAA Health or GAA Belong, and we also have GAA Healthy Club Conference. So please feel free to take pictures or send it out across the social media platforms as well. So I'm just going to introduce a little bit of the programs. If you haven't seen some of the programs in the GAA Games for All, there's the All-Star programs, which is an inclusive programs in our clubs. It's for a lot of children who may have a disability or a special need. We have many children with autism, ADHD, and other disabilities who have come to our nursery programs. And a lot of them have their own specific name concerning their clubs. So clubs are renaming them. So they're the All-Star programs. We also have the Cool Ella camps. And our Cool Ella camps are camps that are run along and aligning with our Kellogg's Cool camps, but they sometimes meet the sensory needs of the children because our groups can't sometimes go together. So we might have shorter days, we might have shorter time slots, we might have one-to-one. So it's about catering for the needs of our children and our adults in our GAA clubs. We also have intercultural activities. We have responding to racism and discrimination workshops that go on online through our diversity and inclusion webinar series. We also have Stick with Diversity festivals that will take place every year. LGBTQI activities, their workshops, as well as linking in with Pride and Pride around the country, not just the national Pride as well. And then we talk about our wheelchair hurling and camogie sports program. And our last one there is our Football for All, which is a program that's run with all the Irish Special Schools, and it's run through the Irish Special Schools Sports Council. So that's a lot of our GAA Games for All. And then we also have our social inclusion, which are social initiatives, and our GAA Dads and Lads initiative as well. Just going to show you.
It's Saturday morning here in Scully Connell, and we are getting prepared for Skull Stars. Skull Stars is a programme which we set up for children with additional needs. It's a sports inclusion programme. And why we set up Skull Stars was so a parent came to me and said that her son was playing on a team within the club, but he didn't like the competitive element to playing GAA. So I felt that I really wanted to put together a programme so we could have everybody playing GAA. GAA to me is about community. We're a small club here in Scully Connell, but with a big heart. You'll see the smiles on the faces. You'll see the enjoyment, but also you'll see the way the parents are interacting with each other. That's a real great support network for them. We feel so passionate here in Scully Connell about the sports inclusion programme because we want to give every child the opportunity to play GAA in a fun, safe environment.
I first became involved in School Stars because my son Evan, who's 12, has a diagnosis of autism. So I really wanted to become involved in an initiative that he could take part in and become involved in. As a parent, it's been fantastic to see my son flourish in School Stars. He's grown in confidence from week to week and has gained lots of new skills and improved his fitness. It's fantastic that he is part of a team and can take part in sport in a fun and inclusive environment. As a coach, it's been a really rewarding experience. As a club, we've received lots of support from our own Games Promotion Officer, from the GAA, from Dublin City Council and the North East Inner City Initiative, and that's enabled me to partake in various training courses and upskill further. And there's nothing better than week after week coming down to the club on a Saturday morning and seeing all the coaches come together from all across the club, working with the kids, seeing the smiles on their faces and seeing them growing from strength to strength each week. I just think it's a fantastic initiative. The way our club works is that we've coaches from all across the club, from all different ages and all different backgrounds, and seeing them come together every week to work with the kids, it's an incredibly rewarding experience. And it's really an enjoyable experience, not just for the kids but for the coaches as well. So I'd highly recommend any club to give it a go.
My name is Alva Donlan. I'm very proud mum to Daniel, who is 8. We've been with School Stars in Clontarf, Scully Connell since September, and for us it has been life-changing. As a parent, you always want your child to be involved in sport and club activity, and for this it has been fantastic. Our Daniel has cerebral palsy, and he also has ADHD, so his attention can be quite short. While he is mobile, his balance would be an issue. But since we've been here, that has not been a problem. When we arrive, he runs to his teammates, they greet each other, they hug each other, encourage each other. It's just fantastic because for us, it's his club, his team. We never thought we'd see our little boy part of something like the GAA, but for us it has been absolutely fantastic, and we can't be more proud or say enough about it.
I suppose just talking to any of the kids today, like a few of the kids said, I had my best day ever today. And I suppose, look, it's super to hear that. And look, the volunteerism is huge. So many people adults are coming out here and helping the programme. And it's been driven by Jackie and all the girls and the lads with such passion. And Scully Connell, it's brilliant to see.
I love Star because it's the most favourite thing I do, because you get to have fun and give yourself a bash on games. We play a game. We start with a warm up. I mean, we go in circles with a warm up, and we do animal things like shark, birds, a giraffe. We did today.
It's really welcoming. Anybody can join, and you'll always make new friends every day because everybody's funny, everybody's kind, and everybody keeps on doing the dab, which doesn't bother me. But everybody's great, and you can just have the crack.
Thanks. So that was just School Stars. It was just a taster for you to see some of the programs that are running around the country with the volunteers, the coaches. I don't know if you've seen the little clip there, but Michael Darragh-Macaulay kicks the ball up, and I did really well by catching the ball into my hands. He was doing a lot of skills and I grabbed the ball. But it's just to showcase that the type of activities that are happening around all our clubs, and just the rewarding nature. And as the young boy said there at the end, it's about having crack and enjoying it and having fun and actually being part of the community. I'm just going to move on now to the second kind of, to give you a little bit of an introduction into the second kind of sports program that we run. And we talk about our wheelchair hurling and camogie sports program. And I'd like to introduce Geraldine Mc Garrigle. She's our Ulster camogie player, and she also is now started off as a player in wheelchair hurling, and is now going down the journey of being a coach as well. So first of all, Thanks very much, Geraldine, for joining us today. You're very, very welcome. And maybe if you could tell us a little bit about your journey into wheelchair camogie, and maybe tell us a little bit about yourself, Geraldine, and your background.
Thank you, Geraldine. Geraldine, I'm 57, granny to one. I got into wheelchair hurling late. I was down at Paul Callahan, came into McGee College, and it was a taster session of wheelchair hurling. I tried it, I loved it, and that has been me since. My children, before that, I was in depression because my 2 children had left home. One had went to Jersey and the other went to university. I was in the house on my own. My mental health deteriorated. I wouldn't get out of bed. And as I say, I went along to a sister session in McGee for hurling. And as I say now, it's history. There's a lot of achievement I have done. My mental health has improved. Better person for it. And I'm just welcome that I should have done it years ago, but wheelchair hurling wasn't available then.
And Geraldine, when you talk about your family leaving and you being at home like that and looking for something to do and to engage yourself actively again, did you find once you went down to the first session, did you find friends very quickly, or what was there? I suppose was it dominated with male or female, or how did you find the team when you went to see it the first time?
Well, the team was all fellas, still is today. It's all lads. There's 13 lads and me. Paul Callahan was the coach at the time down in McGee, and he's brilliant. Now we're 10 years into it now, and there's still no games yet, Judy. So we need to get a lot more games now that I've retired.
So we need to encourage more females to go down to the wheelchair hurling and camogie. And how did you find that they accepted you with being the only female being with the team?
They didn't ever made a difference. It was just part of the team, and if you were out of line, you got told on. No, there was no difference made between me and anybody else. Everybody was treated equal.
Very good. And what about your position? Like what position did you start playing on the team?
I started forward and then I went into goals, and that's where I stayed then on goals.
Okay, and maybe if you can tell us a little bit about the setup of the team, Geraldine, how it's laid out. So how many would be part of the team? How many would you have as part of the team on the pitch at the one time, and what equipment you use when you play?
There's five on play, and 2 forwards, centre, 2 defenders, and me in goals. We just we just concentrate on our defence, that we don't let any goals on. And we just use sports wheelchairs, our normal sized hurlers and helmets. Just like the able-bodied hurlers, we play the same. There's no difference.
And would it be fast, Geraldine? Would you find that the sliotar is going fairly fast as well? Like, what is the intensity of the game?
It's very fast and furious. And you just have to keep your eye on the ball constantly, because it just goes from one side of the hall to the other side. And you just have to be alert constantly during the game. And plus, the wee lads on the chairs, they're just flying. They're like wee whippets. So you have to kind of keep an eye where they are as well.
And just there in the picture, Geraldine, we have 2 pictures up here of you. One is of Shane McCann, the Ulster officer coaching you. But the second one there's a couple of celebrities in that picture. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, celebrity is Patrick Hilty. There was a lottery good causes fund, and we applied for it, and we had to get so many votes. We got the votes. We won £10,000. Myself, Shane, Paul, Eugene, Oliver all went to London, and Paddy Kilty surprised us in Belfast to say that we had won it. Shane and Paul were talking to us, and they were saying they were leaving. So everybody, including me, was crying, and I kept saying, "Oh, don't go." And then comes Paddy Kilty, And then he says, all your hard work is paid off. You have won £10,000.
Oh,
So
congratulations
that's a
and well
brilliant
done.
achievement.
Amazing
Yeah,
achievement.
brilliant achievement.
You've won a national award as well from Disability Sport NI, the wheelchair hurling camogie team, and the work that you've done there with Shane and Paul and Ulster GAA. But you've also been on BBC as well. You were famous. You stopped a ball as well. Maybe tell everyone about that.
We were invited over to the One Show to get our award, and the celebrities there was Peter Crouch and Chris Evans. But they decided that they were to again and shoot balls at me, the lottery balls at me. Peter Crouch nearly took the head clean off me. And just, it was good crack. Everybody didn't know what to do, and Peter Crouch just fired the ball just 90 miles an hour.
You're very famous for that. I'd say if everybody types in Geraldine Mc Garrigle and Peter Crouch, you'll see him trying to take your head off, trying to score a goal. So that's one of your claim to fame as well, Geraldine. But just
Yes,
let everyone know, you've gone from a player, being part of the team. You're now starting that pathway of a coach. So maybe if people could tell you a little bit about that.
Yeah, being a coach is completely different now to being a player. With the help of Shane and Paul, I'm getting there. So, you know what I mean? I have to thank them. They've been putting me on the right track. Sometimes it's hard with the kids, you know, because I'm in a chair and I'm telling them to do drop kicks and hand passes, and they're looking at me and saying, "How do you do that?" So I have to get somebody else, one of the other kids, up and explain to them, and then they show the other kids what to do. And they're flying, and they come back every week laughing, and they don't see me as Geraldine on a chair. They just see Geraldine as the coach. No, they don't. They just take it on their stride, and every week they come back laughing. But the coaching's difficult now, because you used to Shane and Paul telling you what to do. Now I'm telling my teammates what to do. So just completely different.
Okay. And listen, all I can say to you, Geraldine, is thanks so much for joining us today. And we wish you well on your coaching journey. And we look forward to seeing you there coaching the Ulster GAA team and some of the other teams, hopefully. Thanks so much, Geraldine. And listen, enjoy the rest of your day. And you're great inspiration to a lot of us. So keep up the good work in the club and with Ulster GAA as well.
Thank you, Geraldine.
You're welcome, Geraldine. So we're just going to, I'd like to introduce you to, Geraldine is just finished there now. So I'm just going to introduce you to another program that we run called the All-Star Programs. And we have Stuart and Ian from Ranelagh Rockets, who are going to just tell us a little bit about Ranelagh Rockets and the All-Star Program. So I'm just going to talk first of all to Stuart Banks. Stuart, you're the coach of Ranelagh Rockets. Can you tell us a little bit about Ranelagh Rockets and the program you have running there?
Yeah, thanks, Ger. Where to start, really? Ranelagh Rockets is a team for additional need kids in the Ranelagh area. We started in September 2020. My wife and I, Ruth, are lead coaches, but we have a huge amount of volunteers and coaches to support us in that. Look, we started in September 20, not knowing what was ahead of us. Where the idea came about really was Ruth and I have twins, Paddy and Oliver, and we really weren't sure, I suppose, what to do on a Saturday morning. We'd no activities locally for them. So we said to the GAA club, which I was already coaching on, would they be interested in setting up a special needs team? And we got huge support from the Inclusion and Diversity committee in the club, both Clina and Lee. And we also got the chairman behind us. And from the very start, the club was completely behind us. We ran a fundraiser to aware awareness of it and raise funds. And look, it was, you know, see Paddy and Oliver turn up there in the first morning, September 2020, was a real eye-opener. And for them to feel part of the club and community was just brilliant from day one. We started with 6 kids in September 2020, and we've now got 20 kids as of today. So delighted with that. Huge progress, huge development for the kids, and a brilliant set of volunteers supporting us.
That's great, Stuart. And how are you finding managing the program, your support, I suppose, when clubs want to start up a program like this, how would they manage it?
Yeah, look, we get a huge amount of questions, Ger, coming in from other clubs, and look, we're all on a learning curve with this. I think the three things that I would ask people to look out for is start small. Like we spoke to probably 3 clubs before we got started. I think we spoke to Coola, Kilmacud and a team in Cork. And what they gave us really was start small, which is very important so the coaches can build their confidence and the kids can build their confidence. You can't recruit enough coaches because what we try to do is one-to-one coaching, because if you do one-to-one coaching, you can develop the bond between the coach and the kid. And also they can develop their skills week to week. And the third thing was get a good venue, because it's very important that the kids, especially kids, like to come back to the same place, same time every week. If it is ring fence, it really helps. So, you can just control the kids a little bit better. But also they just get familiar with the faces in the area and they really enjoy it. So a lot of, calls and queries from other clubs, but it is an absolute learning curve for everyone. There's nothing perfect in it, but they were the three kind of key messages I got when I started it and my wife got. And they're the three messages that we give to other clubs, and that really, helped us get started. And as I said, it's going from 60 to 20 kids, but on the coaching side, we've 26 coaches. So for every coach there's a kid, and we've also kids supporting the drills in the stations also.
And Stuart, maybe just what training you would have done? Was it just your normal GAA training, as well as then just your parenting skills as a parent with the child with a special need?
What we did, Ger, was we got CARA training, which I think is standard across the board, which was very useful. But we also got support from the Children's Clinic. Maura Kennedy in the club runs a Children's Clinic, which has expertise in this area with special needs and additional needs kids. And they give us kind of how we run drills, how they would work. And it's amazing, Ger. We were sitting there after 3 or 4 months, and look, our aim at the start was just to get kids down there on day one and get them familiar, put on the jersey, get plenty of exercise. But we stood back after 3 or 4 months and said, look, we can do a little bit more for these kids, because like any other kid of that age would be expecting to develop their skills and develop their, their overall ability to kick and catch a ball. So we said, right, why don't we just design some drills for these kids and, set up a different kind of session every Saturday. So what we do now is we do a bit of exercise and running at the start. And then we have 4 pods where we have stations, kicking, catching, soloing, hand passing, so on and so forth. So every week one of the kids is kind of incrementally improving, and it's unbelievable to see how much, when you give them that little push, how much they achieve and how much they can get better week to week. And it's very rewarding obviously for the kids, but to see the parents on the sideline see that development, and also the coaches, it's been a huge benefit. And again, I spoke to someone from Warren Point last week about their setup, and he was asking how do you run the drills and how do you run the stations and all that. So it's just kind of building confidence around it, doing it slow at the start, developing it, and then when you get more, more confident, give them a little bit more complex drills. But it's really been a game changer for us.
Great, Stuart. Listen, and thanks for that. And hopefully, as I said, other clubs will be in contact and will support. From a coach's perspective, it's good to have those key messages. I'm just going to introduce you all to Ian here. Ian is a parent from Ranelagh Rockets. So, Ian, can you give us maybe a parent's perspective on how the club has worked for you and your son, Bara?
Yeah, I mean the Rockets has been really positive for Bara. Bara's almost 7 and he's autistic, and he's a couple of challenges. Firstly, behavioural, so he finds it difficult to mix with kids of his own age, and just how to manage a social setting. So the Ranelagh Rockets has been brilliant for that. He knows Saturday morning is Rockets time. He goes down to his GAA friends. He's familiar with them and all the coaches. And we've been part of the group since early 2021, and the difference it's made to him. And he's just really come out of himself. He's so much more social, and it's fed into better relationships at school. So that element has been tremendous. Stuart touched on developing the skills. We never thought we'd be part of a GAA club, or part of a team. And Bara, it's difficult to get him out for a walk. He doesn't go on a bike or scooter or anything like that. He really has sort of mobility issues. But the time in the Rockets and the one-on-one he's getting with his coaches, now to see him in the grids, kicking the ball with both feet, hand passing, all that, from a sort of technical GAA skills, as a sporty dad, it's just been remarkable.
I'm delighted to hear that, Ian. And that's, I suppose, the message we want to give to parents is to come down and do try it, and do be part of the team. But also, it's about that communication piece between the parent, the coach, and the club. Sometimes you can't cater for everyone, but you also need to be able to cater for the children who are coming through your door, and that happens when the child comes to your club. You might not know it until the child comes to your club, and then the key message is communication with the parent as well as the coach, and then understanding the child. So Stuart, yourself and Ian have made that very clear, and I wish you both well in Ranelagh Rockets, and continued success to the team there. You're doing great work, and I just wish you well, and keep engaged. As I said, there's many clubs out there who are just starting on this pathway, and you could give them really good guidance and support on where to go. So thank you to you both.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Stuart. Thanks, Ian. So now we're just going to move over to, just like to introduce you to Rory. And Rory's actually coming to us from St. Columkills in Hertfordshire. And Rory's going to talk to us a little bit about the GAA Dads and Lads program that they have started up. You're very welcome, Rory. Maybe, Rory, you could tell us a little bit about the program.
Yeah, so myself and Rob O'Connell, who we both coach football at St. Columkills over here in England, in St. Albans. Rob had seen an article on the GAA website about lads and dads, and spoke to me about it because I'm on the committee there, and I was just asking what would would it be something we could do? Is it something we could maybe promote? I spoke to the committee. It was a really quick conversation. I mean, we're a very progressive club. Our whole ethos at the moment is to really drive a community kind of feel, just as a lot of the GAA clubs have in Ireland. I mean, we wanted to do the same over here and replicate it. So it was super easy after that. We secured the venue, which is a local secondary school. Luckily, one of the members is the head teacher there. So we have a lovely big stretch of Astro at a really good price. And it's been really good. I mean, we started 7 weeks ago now, and it's just been brilliant. It's been really good.
I suppose that's one of the things is that first step of coming back to the GAA club once you've left, or you've got other roles. You're either a coach or you're coaching the underage team. So you're kind of neglecting yourself as a person and as your own fitness. So have you found returning to social games like that? Have you found your own personal maybe satisfaction or fitness coming back?
Absolutely. And I mean, that was the big driver with a lot of the lads who've decided to come. I mean, yeah, you can do your own fitness, but I mean, when you get to the age that unfortunately I'm hitting now, which is nearly hitting 50, it kind of gets a bit boring doing stuff in a gym or going for a run. And I mean, there's not much things you can do as a team sport. I mean, it's so this has been a massive draw for everyone who's got involved. I mean, it's not just people who are coming back to the GAA. I mean, we've had a lot of people who've never been part of the GAA. I mean, we've got a lot of parents who've got kids at the club. They've got no Irish in them, whatever, but they just come along and they've really enjoyed it. It's been, so it's really been great. So personally, for me, I just really like being back into team sport and having the social side as well afterwards.
And how do the younger teams then look at you? You're like role models now because it's GAA dads and lads. So
well, yeah. If they came down and watched us, maybe not, but yeah, it has been good. I mean, I think it's a massive boon for the kids in the way they're seeing the parents getting involved now and playing. I mean, that was always the aim of this, was to really draw everyone together as a club. I mean, a lot of the parents, it's a bit transactional. They come into the club, they'll drop their kids off, you'll see them in the sideline, they'll go again, and you might have the odd word with them. And I think, we really wanted to pull the parents into the club and feel that they're part of the club. And this has just been an amazing way to do it.
Well, it sounds like it's brought everyone back as a team, and I suppose the main thing and the main point of GAA Dads and Lads is about participation, and there's no rules, there's no officials, so it is about controlling yourselves and supporting yourselves, but also as well as that, enjoying being around and also getting that be active and participation piece from the club, that you've been given back so much through your coaching, that you now have your own team that can be a support network as well, which is great to hear. Every picture I've seen of the club is with Dads and Lads. They're all smiling and they're all having a bit of crack, and that's what you're looking for, that entertainment and that want to be part of it, where we all belong, that kind of ethos, and you can see that from the program. Rory, thank you so much for coming on, and we wish you well. Continued success in Dads and Lads, and hopefully we'll get to see more of these competitions and Blitz days. We held one there before COVID at the National Centre of Excellence. So hopefully we'll have another Blitz days, and you'll come over and join us in the centre.
Any excuse for a trip. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Rory. So listen, thanks very much, everybody. I just want to go to one last slide before I finish up this Be Active section, and thank you so much for staying with us. We have just a thank you to all of you who've attended today. It's a promo code for our museum, our online shop, and it's a 15% discount on anything for your Christmas presents or your Christmas stocking from the GAA Museum. So it's just a thank you to all of you for attending today. The code you need for the online is capital GAA Museum 15, and that's a promotional code where you get a 15% discount on online shopping. And just finally, from myself, just to say Gurmil Mahagi, I hope you enjoyed the section where you'll find a lot of the information on the social inclusion is www.gaa.com/community and health/social inclusion, and that will have all the GAA games for all the social inclusion, the social games, and also some of the programs you've seen today, the all-star programs, and the wheelchair hurling and camogie. So I would just like to say thank you so much to all of you for your time, your efforts, and also for the grow that you give to the GAA and to the programs. It's very much valued and appreciated from the team here in the Community and Health team. I'd just like to pass over to Jimmy Darcy, who's going to take you through the Green Club section and our third section on the 5 ways to health to wellbeing. Thanks, Jimmy. I'll pass over now to Jimmy.
Thanks very much, Geraldine, and good morning, everybody. My name is Jimmy Darcy, the GAA Youth Leadership and Sustainability Manager, and this section is on the GAA Green Club Programme. The GAA Green Club Programme has been connected to the Take Notice way of wellbeing. And of course, from our own experience and increasingly in the research literature, we know that taking notice of and engaging with our natural environment can bring great joy and support individual and collective well-being. If you'll bear with me, and I'll read from Mental Health Ireland, they say that being aware of the world around you and what you are feeling, and being curious, catching sight of the beautiful, noticing the changing seasons, savouring the moment, whether you are walking to work, eating lunch, or talking to friends, paying attention to the present moment, to your thoughts and to your feelings and to the world around you. That is what taking notice is about. So during this section, we'll cover a number of areas, including an address from our chairperson, Mida Ní Hulawan, and Mida will then conduct a conversation with Joan Crawford from one of our mentor clubs, Mullingar Shamrocks, who have been an award winner from the Tidy Towns National Sustainability Award competition for some of the work they've done around biodiversity and education in Mullingar. And we'll finish with a conversation between myself and Julia White, former Cork Camogie player and teacher of sustainability at the Cork Educate Together School in Cork City. First, however, we'll look at a video we made with Joan Crawford, highlighting some of the projects she has led with Mullingar Shamrocks. This video includes a bumblebee called Shambi, a tattoo expert called Cowboys Davy, and an unnamed otter that helped them secure funding.
Hello everybody, you're very welcome to Mullingar Shamrocks, a very family centred club here in Mullingar Town in County Westmeath, and my name's Joan Crawford. I'm the Healthy Clubs Coordinator, but more recently I'm acting as the Green Clubs Coordinator and also Inclusive Clubs Coordinator. So just to give you a bit of background knowledge about our lovely club here, we have been greatly involved in the development of biodiversity signs along our lovely walk route, and the reason we decided to develop those signs was because we were involved in the Healthy Club and we had a lovely walking route here, so we wanted to extend people's knowledge of the Royal Canal, which is up adjacent to the club, and all along here we have the River Brosna. So we developed signs about the trees and the butterflies and the moths and the flora, the fauna, everything. In fact, the otter was swimming along here one of the days when we had Westmeath County Council down with us when we were asking them for some money through some grant that they were offering. So the little otter swam along and he helped our case and won us some funding. So thanks very much to him for that. So we developed 17 biodiversity signs and we actually entered those into the Tidy Towns Sustainability Award. And to our great surprise, we actually won the national award there last November. So we got a grant for that and we've put it to good use since as well. We put up the signs and we ran a competition with the children where we got them to enter a colouring competition, and we named the little bumblebee and we got the kids to name it, and the name that was most popular was Shambi. So for Mullingar Shamrocks, he's our little mascot. And one of the under-14s on the team, they developed an actual biodiversity sign, so that sits neatly on top of one of the timber posts going around the walkway. The Mullingar Tidy Towns, they have been greatly involved with this, thankfully, and they helped us put up the men's shed, Mullingar men's shed benches. So that's for people to take a pew and enjoy the surroundings and the flora, fauna, and take in the fresh air and improve their mental health, which is all about healthy clubs as well. Biodiversity and mental health, they can't really be separated. They're two of the one thing, and we concentrate greatly on them here in Mullingar. We also got some funding for a notice board over on the clubhouse wall, and hopefully you'll see it later. And we've got all of our biodiversity messages there, and we're thankful to lots of contributors like Birdwatch Ireland, Juanita Brown for Biodiversity Ireland, we have the Inland Fisheries Ireland, we have the National Angling Strategy Development. They all contributed, and whoever gives us some notices, we put them up there for everyone to read. People have greatly benefited from our work here on the Green Clubs initiative, because the local national schools are coming down to bring the kids down for treasure hunts and for nature walks. And the little creche up the road, they bring the children down too for the same thing, and you'll see our lovely signs up on their websites. So that's nice to see that the news is spreading. And of course the town were delighted that we actually won the national award, and it's great for our club. This is a very well utilised walking track, and everybody comes down and they learn a little whilst they're walking around, and they can enjoy everything that's going on around. Just to mention our wall mural over to the far side of the pitch here, we have a lovely bumblebee and a fox developed, and the idea is that we're going to fill in the rest of that wall. Our local tattoo expert, Cowboys Davy, he painted those, and if you look in the eyes of the fox, it wouldn't half frighten you. We have a lovely solitary bee embankment over there as well, and we're told that the little bees go in and they lay their eggs there, and they leave little pouches to feed the babies, and then off they go and start the cycle all over again. So it's absolutely amazing to see what's going around here. Huge thanks as well to local contributors like Belvedere House and Gardens and National Tree Week and Science Week, where we got local native species trees, and we have those for the planting around the course of the walkway. And lastly, we have two lovely wildflower gardens, one down here in this extreme of the playing grounds, and that's the grasses and the trees and the flowers and, you know, the flora. And up at the far end then we have the thistles and the benweeds, and although it looks quite unkept, let's say, that's the whole thing about biodiversity. So Tidy Towns helped us put up a lovely fence and a sign to educate people that this actually is a protected area, and it's good for the flora and fauna to be protected and to develop from there. So other than that, I think that's probably it. And as I said before, you're all very welcome to Mullingar Shamrocks, and we were delighted that Croke Park invited us to be a part of this great initiative. It's the way forward. It's very important for all clubs to get involved. We are delighted to be a mentor club along with Clon na Gael in Dundalk, and we're delighted that Jimmy and Meja invited us to be a part of it, and hopefully we'll be able to contribute to our mentor clubs and the clubs in biodiversity going into the future. Thanks very much, everyone.
And we're back, and a lovely video there, and the work of Mullingar Shamrocks articulated by Joan. The origins of the GAA Green Club programme is in the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. And on the right of your screen there, you'll see that the GAA are a champion currently for 4 goals: good health and well-being, quality education, life on land, and partnerships for the goals. And we've set up a partnership with the local authorities, as represented in the SDG Champion Programme by Carlow County Council. And that relationship led to the formation and the establishment of the Green Club Programme, which we launched in December 2020. The programme itself covers 5 themes: energy, waste, water, biodiversity and transport. And phase 1 will continue to take place until next June 2022. There's 45 clubs across the island participating in this phase and a number of regional grounds. And I suppose from our perspective, it's our ability to create partnerships with both government at national and local level, as well as expert groups and community partners, that really is the strength with which we bring to the Green Club programme. I'd now like to move on and introduce Mida Nihulawan. Mida is chair of the GAA Green Club Steering Group and has previously served as Sustainability and Systems Officer in Croke Park, where she was chair of the stadium's Environmental, Sustainability and Safety Management Group. Prior to joining Croke Park, she worked as a researcher and lecturer in DCU's School of Law and Government, and as a political advisor in the European Parliament in Brussels. So welcome, Mida.
Gurmil Mahaga to Jimmy. I'm really delighted to have this opportunity to talk a bit about the Green Club programme, and I'm especially pleased that we're presenting this under the Take Notice heading of 5 Ways to Wellbeing, because last year I moved out of Dublin and down to West Wicklow, to the village where my mother was born, and after a few years out of football I went back playing with a club in a neighbouring town. And during the summer at training, when I should have been taking notice of whatever management might have been saying, I'd find myself nearly every evening looking across the town to the hill above that you can see in the photographs there. And it has an ancient hill fort and cairn on top that you can see from the pitch. And every training evening I'd be struck by the presence and the history it held. And then the road home, even now, nearly every townland I pass through has a link to a story or memory that I've heard from a family member or neighbours. And I realised that while I joined the club to get back playing football, what I've found is it's also had the effect of embedding me in the landscape and of giving me a sense of place in my new home. And this isn't just because I have family links to the area. a good many years ago, you might remember there was a campaign for the club championships, and the tagline was "One life, one club," as if this was a self-evident truth of the GAA. Well, I don't know how many lives I've lived, but I'm on my 5th club, and each one of these has been as important to me as the last, not only for the people and the games, but because of how my physical connection with each, be it getting the train to training in West France and going past these giant fields of sunflowers, or walking by the Royal Canal on the way to the pitch in North Dublin. This physical landscape has created a sense of place and belonging for me that's made it easier for me to be at home in each place I've lived. And the reason I'm going with this kind of slightly self-indulgent personal anecdote is because I believe it is personal, and I believe the personal is powerful. We all know that there is a climate crisis, but people might ask, and they do ask, what the GAA has to do with it. It's a games organisation. And there are some very good practical answers, and answers that are important to the Green Clubs Committee, like rising energy costs, the impact of climate change and pitch playability, especially with the longer seasons, infrastructural and financial future-proofing. But another more fundamental answer is that the impact that GAA communities can have is potentially significant, not only because of the 2,000 or so grounds that we have across the island, but because of the sense of place that our belonging to the GAA gives us. This can be really powerful. It makes us take notice of the landscape around us, and it can be a force within us, personally and collectively, that pushes us to act, just as it has with the Healthy Club project. So moving from this kind of big vision that underpins the Green Clubs, this sense of place, to the very real work on the ground today, I want to highlight some small, powerful actions that some of the clubs in the Green Club programme have already taken in the first 9 months of the programme. And one of the most obvious places to start with sustainability is rubbish, and plastic especially, because Ireland is one of the worst offenders in Europe for producing plastic waste. And it's a relatively easy problem to tackle in that we know what the answers are. But the difficulty is that our bad habits are very deeply ingrained, and it does take a bit of time and effort to change mindsets and behaviours. So we've partnered with mywaste.ie in the south, who has developed a set of guidance and some of those nice posters and images you see there that our Green Clubs are trialling to try to encourage players and members to cut out single-use plastics like plastic water bottles and disposable coffee cups. And in the north, we've partnered with an existing programme called Tackling Plastics, run by Keep NI Beautiful. And there are a number of clubs leading this out. 2 are featured here. There's Park Ratheniska in Laois and St. Mary's Resharkin in Antrim. And a good number of our Green Clubs are Healthy Clubs too. And one area of action that's been particularly appealing to them, because it overlaps with Healthy Clubs projects, is biodiversity. So again, I'll just focus on a handful of these. The group picture there is of Straban Sigersons at a tree in Tyrone at a tree planting event on club grounds. And the reason I'm highlighting them is because they're using the Green Clubs to supplement some of their other programmes. So participants in the Dermot Early Youth Leadership Initiative in the club have been working with the Green Clubs, leading out the actions, which is great for the club to have the youth leadership, but it also helps the youth leaders themselves fulfil some of their modular requirements for the Dermot Early Youth Leadership Initiative. And that image there in the middle, I really love. It's a moss mural down in Cappoquin, Afan in Waterford. And they received some funding from Green Club Partners, the local authority's water programme, to do some water conservation efforts. But they made this moss mural, which I think is really engaging. And I think it's important too, because, you know, green teams could be toiling away behind the scenes, but unless the club wider membership is aware of the efforts, is engaged by them and understands why they're important, there will be no sustainable change. And another club, Ballycumber in Offaly, they've done lots of biodiversity actions, and they're promoting these by turning an old unused notice board into a biodiversity notice board, which I think is going to be great, and I can't wait to see that. And the final images there to the right are from Kilmeen, Kilbree, who are down in Cork, who have been doing biodiversity actions long before there was a Green Club programme. So the main picture for them is the greening of the walkway, planting of native trees there. But you don't have to have a walkway, and you don't have to have green spaces to take biodiversity action. So Kilmeen, Kilbree, if you see that clubhouse wall in the smaller image, what they've done since that photograph was taken is they've put a line of pots with climbing plants like honeysuckle there that are going to climb up that wall, be fantastic for biodiversity and pollinators, but also have a really positive effect on how the clubhouse and the grounds look. And that's in a space, you know, where there's no grass or any green growing. They're greening those spaces. And if you're interested at all in any of these actions, Green Club Partners, the All Ireland Pollinator Plan, have produced pollinator guidance for sports clubs. There's some great tips in there from and for GAA clubs, including planting in your club and county colours. That's freely available from pollinators.ie. So I recommend you get involved in, you take a look at that if you're at all interested. And finally, every club have different aims and resources and objectives. But from the Green Clubs programme so far, there's kind of some top tips that we think are useful to clubs that are interested in getting involved in sustainability action. And the first is very familiar to everyone here today who are involved in healthy clubs, which are engaging partnerships. So just one that's maybe particular to Green Clubs that I'd like to highlight there is the one of suppliers. So if you have catering suppliers or gear suppliers or cleaning suppliers, it's worthwhile taking up the phone to them and asking them if there are any green options out there. For example, if you could cut down on plastic packaging at source, this could be have huge environmental impact and could also be a cost savings for suppliers. So it could be a win-win. So it's always worth asking those questions. And the second is linking to existing activities, because sometimes if you start talking about sustainability in the club, there might be a few eyes rolled, and it's not about turning everything upside down overnight. It's about seeing what you're doing already and can that be done in a slightly different way. So if you're already developing a club walkway, it's looking at those green spaces and saying, well, what can we do here that can benefit the biodiversity in the area and for the planet? If you have club development or strategic plans, asking each step of the way what the options are so you can be sure you're making the right choices for future-proofing the club and the planet. And finally, the communications. I touched on it earlier on the importance of communicating the actions well. So the work isn't just a few people toiling behind the scenes, but all the club are aware that members can buy in, really be engaged what's happening, and these actions become part of the club identity, part of the club pride. And the Green Clubs programme itself is at an early stage, but we are developing with our partners a lot of resources that we hope will be of use to clubs, links, posters and guidance. And as we develop that, they'll be available through the GAA website. So if you're at all interested in that, give us an email, drop us a line at greenclubs@gaa.ie. We'll put you on the mailing list and we'll keep you updated as resources become available. But the best way of communication is probably from real life examples. So I'd like to move on now to introduce Joan Crawford from Mullingar Shamrocks. And you saw the video earlier, so I'm going to catch up with Joan on some of the Green Club actions, the club that they've done since then. Now, this is kind of a disclaimer, Joan is an extraordinary woman, and hearing what the club in Mullingar has done, especially in the area of biodiversity, blows me away each time. They're not learning from the Green Club programme, we're learning from them every day. They're at this for many years, and in fact, they're one of the clubs that would have pushed us, their example pushed us to set up the Green Club programme. So why I'm saying that is, just so you know, this isn't the norm. If the rest of us achieve even 100th of what Joan and Mullingar Shamrocks have done, we'll be doing well. So Joan, thanks a million for being with us today. And I want to ask you about one of your newer projects that you're doing under the specific Green Club heading, which is Mullingar Shamrocks, I understand, is trying to go herbicide free. So what exactly does that mean, and why is it something Mullingar Shamrocks are interested in?
Well, first of all, thanks Mida and Jimmy for having us, and to Colin and everybody, and congratulations on a great day so far. Mullingar Shamrocks place the green agenda, the healthy agenda, the inclusive agenda, everything at the fore. We're a real family-based club, and I suppose if there's herbicides being used on the pitches and that, of course it could have health effects. So why not try for at least experiment and see how we get on with the herbicide-free option. So rather than using the Roundup, we've decided to go with our co-award winners in Westmeath. When we won the Tidy Town Sustainability Award, the Streamstown Feroiga Club out here in Westmeath, they also won a prize for an organic spray. And I thought, well, why not give it a go? And you have to have an exceptionally brilliant executive to support you in initiatives like that. And I'm very lucky because no matter what I ask them for, they always oblige. So we're giving it a go. We're in our pilot stages. We have a coordinator, Derek Crow. He's over an initiative of 11 sports clubs, and he has bought into it also, and groundsmen. And they feel that if it works well, why not extend it to the other 10 other other clubs as well as us. So it's for health reasons, it's for biodiversity, for our flora and fauna, and to walk the walk and talk the talk. There's no point in talking about it and not doing it. So fingers crossed it goes well. The lotion itself, or the potion, is soap and vinegar, and we'll have to ask Una Fitzpatrick and Biodiversity Ireland how much salt exactly we may or may not need, but we're going to use that anyway for a while. And the other thing that's needed is a strimmer, but the biggest thing that's needed is a smile.
Oh, brilliant, Joan. Thanks for that. And I think it's really interesting, and it's really, that could potentially, I really looking forward to see how you get on, because that if it works for you, then you have a template for other sports clubs and community clubs around the island. So no pressure, no pressure at all.
Well, we've hundreds of children using the pitch every week, you know, and we have a huge membership. So we need to protect the health and well-being of the children. Also, our groundsmen who are being expected to spray these herbicides. So it's a win-win, and you know, there will be a bit of extra maintenance. There's going to be a bit of extra spraying, like you have to do it every 10 to 12 days as opposed to the one dose of Roundup. But at the end of the day, environmental protection is everyone's business. And if people haven't heard that at this stage, then I think they're asleep somewhere.
Yeah. And that's, like, it's really interesting that you highlight the links between the green and the health. Because I know another one of your recent projects, you talked in the video about being an inclusive club, a healthy club, and a green club. And you have, I know Mullingar Shamrocks have recently built a sensory garden that ties all those three in. And I don't know if I've heard of any, maybe there are other clubs with sensory gardens, but it's the first I've heard. And I don't want to be like those people who ask me, why is the GAA going green? But like, what role, why is the GAA club putting in a sensory garden? Why was that important to you?
So whilst we were down there developing our signage for the walkway, I used to notice a carer driving in and parking behind the goalpost, and his service user used to go out to the back wall, and he used to always bring a stick with him, and he just used to rub the stick up and down against the concrete wall. And I just thought, we have to be able to do more here. So to me, be it healthy club or green club or inclusive club, they're not different. Most of the initiatives we've taken on actually tick all three boxes. So we decided this year, with the help of Tidy Towns, so if I have a great supporter in our executive, I equally have a huge supporter in Mullingar Tidy Towns. And we have Bill Collentine, John Ball, and Isolde Dingercuss. And we have their bunch of merry men as well, and they're brilliant because they never ever refuse me to help with the support. So we got some tires, big massive tractor tires. We infilled them with the clay and with as much stuffing as we could to fill out and be more friendly and not use too much compost. Then we planted our 5 senses in shrubs, and the 5 senses are all ticked, all the boxes are ticked. And we did that with the advice of the horticulturalist Isolde. And then we also did a pathway. So along the pathway, we have decorative stones. We got Murty Ryan to help us source those. And we put in mulch, and we put in conifers, and we put in astroturf, and we put in 2 end pieces, which have lemon balm and chamomile. So if the children choose to walk on the pathway, it's a sensory pathway, they will be able to feel the senses as well from that. And the lemon and the chamomile will be especially brilliant next year to experience. But yeah, you can't separate the three, they're all in one.
And I know it's maybe not the best time of year to kind of get some of the responses to see those shrubs at their best, but have you had any response yet from club membership or people from the wider community of the sensory garden?
Well, actually, Isolde was just telling me yesterday, her sister is attached to some football club in Clare, and they're inquiring. So she was giving her the information that we've had. But I'm hoping Aoife O'Brien and Colin will share our slides. I know we haven't slides or our photographs here. So you and I have agreed that we might circulate it if anybody's interested. And you'll get lots more detail there than what we have time for today. But yeah, lots of clubs are interested interested, and community groups. And the local schools are all engaging with us as well. And the active retirement group, they're coming down as well. And the Irish wheelchair coming down from the HSE. So our club is for everyone. The gates are always open from early morning to late at night. And we are a family friendly club and we don't discriminate. Everybody's welcome. So come along and have a look and learn.
Brilliant. Thanks, Joan. And just finally, you're talking there about the local schools. And I know another one of your recent projects was a collaboration with pocketforests.ie, which I understand is a planting of a really tiny, tiny forest, like nearly just the size of a car parking space. And the local CBS collaborated with you on that. So I was wondering what the response was for them, why they wanted to get involved, and why the young men in the school, why they were interested in getting involved in a project like that.
Well, I was down in the back corner where we have our wildflower. You know, this is where our site was for the pocket forest. And up on the Royal Canal behind, you could see the lads coming down and they were all waving and roaring and shouting. So if the truth be told, they're absolutely delighted to get out of class. But if you dig back the layers, they are learning the community spirit. They're learning the ethos of volunteerism, community spirit, getting involved, rolling up the sleeves. They were a wee bit shy at the start, but Catherine Cleary and Ash Conrad Jones, the two girls, were amazing. We made them help us source all the raw materials like leaves and mulch and sticks and twigs and grass cuttings and cardboard and spades and shovels and axes, and they just got in there. They never complained. One of the mums even came down afterwards to have a look at what her son was up to. I thought he'd be mortified. No, he wasn't. He was delighted. Last year we did a project as well with funding from the HSE with money for planting wildflower window boxes. And again, the students, they just were amazing. I couldn't have done it without them. But it's so important because it's for them and their children. They have to learn it and walk the walk now.
Brilliant. Joan, as always, I'm blown away, inspired and re-energized. So thanks a million for your time and your enthusiasm. And now I'm going to hand back to our chair of this session, Jimmy Darcy.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mida and Joan. Absolutely phenomenal. And just like to acknowledge the absolutely colossal amount of work that Mida has done as chair of the Green Club Steering Group. And just to say that on the record here today. I'm now going to move on
Hi folks, apologies, we're having the inevitable technical glitch that arises on these types of events, so if you'll bear with us, we're just getting Jimmy and Julia back online and they'll be with us in just a couple of seconds now. I hope you've been enjoying the conference so far. I was blown away by the contribution of Joan and Mullingar Shamrocks on their Green Club / Healthy Club / inclusive club / whatever you're having yourself club explanation, and it's volunteers like Joan and all of you out there that makes all these here initiatives happen and makes the GAA club so much more than just a sports club. Probably from my experience anyway, the most connected community-based sport and organisation in the world. And I hope I'm not blowing our own trumpets there, but I can say that with some authority, as I'm fortunate enough to represent the GAA on a European Sports Clubs for Health programme, and there's sports organisations from across about 9 different European countries involved in that, and they're always amazed at the GAA's reach and community work, and that's all down to you. So just to give you a wee reminder of what's coming up for the rest of the day, Jimmy is just about to have a chat with Julia White to finish off our discussion around green clubs and the Take Notice programme. We will be having a quick break then for it was scheduled for 15 minutes, I think, but we might just cut it back to 10 to catch up the time from this technical glitch. We'll then be going into a great session on youth leadership, and that's our keep learning way to well-being, and we've got a brilliant line up there where Jimmy will be we'll be having Emma Meyler, who you saw in the first session with Tony Bates, chatting to another great youth leader from the Dermot Early Youth Leadership Initiative, Fueling. And then Jimmy will be joined by Keith Ricken, who is really got some unique perspectives, but very meaningful perspectives around how it is that we should work with the young people that we're fortunate enough to have pass through our GAA clubs and hopefully become the leaders of the GAA in the future. After that, it's back to myself, where we'll be finishing the last of the 5 ways. Will be the give theme, and we're looking at volunteerism there. Conor Meyler, the recent star for Tyrone and their All-Ireland Championship success over Mayo, and I think we're ready to go again now, so that's great. We'll be finishing off with that session and then handing back over to Aoife O'Brien for a conclusion. So I'm just going to hand you back over to Jimmy Darcy now, who will be introducing you to Julia White.
Thanks again, everybody, and just to welcome again Julia White. Julia's a teacher at the Cork Educate Together Secondary School in Cork City, and she's currently a teacher of a new climate action short course for the junior cycle. She is a winner of 6 All-Ireland medals playing camogie for Cork and has captained both their minor and senior teams. She's a graduate of Jim Madden GPA Leadership Programme, a former tutor on our GAA Future Leaders TY programme, an executive committee member of the WGPA and a founding member of Douglas Ladies Gaelic Football Club. You're very welcome, Julia.
Hi, Jimmy. Thanks for having me.
Julia, no problem. Go ahead.
No. I'm ready.
So, Julia, what's your background, I suppose, in sustainability, and how have you come to be teaching it now at the Cork Educate Together School?
I suppose as you mentioned, I'm a PE teacher, but I'm also a science and chemistry teacher. So naturally, a lot of the climate crisis, there's a lot of science involved in that as well. So I suppose I got the job in Educate Together, and I've always been interested in, nature, and I enjoy, I've played so many sports, camogie, outdoors all the time. I've connected outdoors, and it was an interest of mine, and the position came up, and I feel that I was, based on my experience and the interest that I was right for the job, so they gave me the opportunity, and I've been teaching now for 2 years, and I love it. Both the sustainability element and the action, both the kind of getting to know what is happening, why we need to take action, and then how to actually do it.
Very good. And I'm interested in the philosophy and the culture, I suppose, that an Educate Together school seeks to develop. So it's co-educational, multi-denominational, and equality-based, democratic, and student-centered. How do you think those characteristics inform the teaching of sustainability and, I suppose, the development of young people?
I suppose it's kind of, I suppose our aim really is to give young people the skills to kind of deal with and find solutions to 21st century problems. And I suppose we all know that, you know, the climate crisis is probably the biggest challenge facing us. So I suppose it's kind of pulling together the inclusivity, the co-education, it's trying to get everybody together on the same board and trying to find collective actions that we can all do together as a community to face those, and everybody needs to be involved. So I think that's the big message about Educate Together. Like, nobody's going to be left behind. We need everybody if we're going to kind of face that challenge. One of the things we do in sustainability at the beginning is we try to create like a skills bank with the students. So we literally see what they're good at, who's good at what strengths each person has, and then we kind of form what actions we're going to try to take on based on that. So it's not a case of we can do everything, you know, we're trying to act locally and just try to do what we can. Like, everybody can do something. Nobody can do everything, but everybody can do something. So I think it's that kind of in a nutshell, I think.
And I suppose that reflects a lot of the things that we've been hearing throughout today in terms of well-being and, I suppose, the development of the individual. When you're teaching climate science or sustainability more generally, what are the things that you think are important when doing that?
Yeah, I suppose we kind of start off focusing on, like, what is it and why is it important that we tackle it. So I suppose we start kind of trying to create a bit of place appreciation and connect them with nature, connect them with the community, get them to see what they like about the community, what's good about their community, to motivate them to have a bit of, you know, consciousness about why it's important to them. I think that's important. So the what and the why is kind of what we start with. And then, of course, then we kind of move on to the how. Okay. And I think that's important because I think there's a lot of kind of climate anxiety and fear around the place as well, especially around the young people. So we don't try to focus too much on all the negatives. We try to shift the focus fairly quickly onto the how, like how they're going to make some positive changes and giving them the skills to do that. And I suppose it's about empowering the young people as well. And they are going to be the ones that are faced with dealing with it, you know. It's their problem, really, essentially. They're going to be the one, they're growing up with it. So it's trying to give them the skills to actually, you know, to be able to deal with it, I suppose. You know, even just, you mentioned as well, our school is democratic, so there'd be a lot of student power, student voice. They'd have student assemblies, and they'd be members of, there'd be basically a committee. We'd have a green committee, just getting them to learn how to take, I suppose, peaceful, you know, ways to I suppose, to focus on solutions, really.
Yeah, very interesting. And I think a lot of those type of practices are things that we're, you know, challenged with integrating into how we work within GAA clubs and within Gaelic Games clubs. Can you tell us some of the actions that, you know, have come from that student-centered approach within your own school under the theme of sustainability? What kind of things or projects have students done? And then maybe talk to me a little bit about how you would see that linking back into the community setting, and particularly the Gaelic Games Club, Julia.
Yeah, so as I said, we would have done the place appreciation, and then moving on from that, we've done things like we've planted some trees on our school grounds, and also we've travelled to some of the woods, talked with Quilta, and we've planted some trees in different places. We've planted some pollinator-friendly flowers and plants on our school grounds as well, just to sort of attract the bees. Some students have built bug hotels, we call them, with wooden, just again to give some nests for bees and for pollinators. We actually, last year, we bought polytunnels, and they've created a school garden where they've planted potatoes, courgettes, watermelon, everything basically, just to kind of give them, again, skills and how they can, you know, how they can actually make, you know, that for themselves maybe in the future, encourage local produce and all that. And then there's been some policies around, they've created policies in the schools where I suppose recycling is encouraged, and very low use of plastics, different things like that. And then we for example, recently we had our Halloween dress up day, and you know, the prizes were all related to the most sustainable costume, homemade. And we'd have an upcycling day where they'd bring in maybe a piece of clothes that they don't really wear anymore. They try to create something, a new piece of clothing or something that, you know, that can come from that. So they just be kind of a few of the actions. We'd be very big on attending the climate strikes, and just showing again a peaceful collective action. They'd be into, you know, emailing politicians, and I suppose how that would connect to the green clubs, I think, is the idea there would be that I think there's a future leaders module in development, and the idea would be that all schools would get an opportunity to upskill their students, I suppose, in the areas that I just mentioned, maybe, and teach them how to use those actions and to get a chance to do those actions in the module, the sustainability module, and then that maybe those students could go to the GAA clubs then, and you know, maybe become a member on a green committee, or to be the leaders bringing it back to the GAA club. I think would be the way that I think would be a good way forward, and I think yourselves, you're already kind of on that path.
Thanks very much, Julia, and I know you're helping us out in the development of that Future Leaders TY module, and through your experiences, we hope to connect that school setting and the great work that can be done in that setting back with our Gaelic Games clubs. So thanks very much for your time today, Julia, and I'll just complete this section before we head to a short break. So, you know, in summary, the GAA Green Club programme is very reflective of our values, but particularly those values of community identity and sense of place, respect for those around us, but also the environment, and teamwork, both on and off the field, towards those collective actions. So, you know, we see it as very much a part of the Healthy Club programme, and also a way to integrate the 5 ways of well-being into another opportunity to participate through our Gaelic Games clubs. And we hope to see the GAA Green Club programme expand beyond June 2022, and hopefully we'll be in a position at that time to also welcome expressions of interest for participation thereafter. We're just at the end of this section now, and we're due a 15-minute break. Of all the 5 ways to wellbeing, maybe the one that might be added to that there is rest and recovery. So you get that opportunity now, and we'll return at 12:45, where we'll have the youth leadership section and a conversation with new Cork senior football manager Ricken. So see you then.
Hello, you're all very welcome back after the break. I hope you enjoyed your break and the morning so far too. Some brilliant conversation and lots of takeaways already. This section is going to focus on youth leadership, and we have fantastic great people coming in to chat to us over the next few minutes. I suppose before we start, I'll just introduce myself. So my name's Emma, and I'm here to co-chair the youth leadership section alongside Jimmy. But a bit of background on myself and kind of validate while I'm here. So I would have started back in transition year, promoting women in the Gaelic Games for a school project, and that kind of picked up a bit of traction there. And that's when I really kind of sprawled my network of people and who I knew within the Gaelic Games, the 3 organisations, and really got to meet people. And I suppose that set me up nicely because I would have started in the GAA youth reps when they were up and kicking. And you might be familiar with the National Youth Forum. So I think we can click on through to a picture of that there. There is a picture coming up. That's it there of the youth forum. So that would have been in Croke Park. And I suppose the role of the youth reps, again, from a leadership standpoint, were to represent the views of young people in the organisation, and kind of relay that message from club up to county, up to provincial, and right up to, senior council where it was necessary. So I would have been involved there for 2 years, and then I would have started in DCU, and I'm a communication studies student. So a lot of my experience within the Gaelic Games is from a media standpoint. Luke and Sarsfields would be my local club, but I'd be involved in the organisation from a media standpoint and kind of reflecting what I do on my course, communications. And it always would have been that way. So I suppose I'm a good advocate and a strong advocate for people being involved in the GAA beyond the pitch, and kind of emphasising the fact that it's fantastic if you play the game, but there is a whole other side to this organisation that can be explored, and that there's really a place for everybody. So I was PRO for 2 years in the DCU Douglas Airing GAA club, and I am now the secretary this year, the student secretary. So an even bigger role, and we were only saying there, our Sigerson boys got their medals last night, so I joined DCU in a fantastic year. We got to host the championship and really got to be involved there. But I suppose the reason that I'd mention that is because if I hadn't have gotten involved in the GAA and kind of learned through the likes of the youth reps, through the likes of projects that came up, I wouldn't have had the opportunity that I have now in college to be so well set up. I actually received the Leinster LGFA scholarship as well, for work I'd done in the media. And it's all kind of a reflection of how I'd gotten involved with the youth reps. So again, a strong advocate for that. At the moment, I'm volunteering in the Community and Health Department, and the most recent thing I would have been involved with is the GAA Generations Project, which Jimmy's going to touch on in a bit. And I'd strongly advise you to push that within your club. It's a fantastic initiative, and you'll see it's very exciting too. But I suppose the reason I'm here right now is to talk about youth leadership from the Dermot Early Youth Leadership Initiative standpoint, and I'm very lucky to have the opportunity to interview Phelan McLaughlin today from Sligo. So we'll introduce her shortly. Hi Phelan.
Hi Emma, how are you?
Not too bad. You might just give everybody here an introduction to yourself.
Yeah, so my name is Phelan McLaughlin, and this year I took part in the Dermot Early Youth Leadership Initiative, which was a fantastic experience, and I got to improve on leadership qualities and get a NUIG Level 6 award at the end of it.
Brilliant. And for those who maybe are watching and wouldn't be familiar or haven't ran Dermot Early in their club, could you give us a quick rundown on what happens and what the initiative is?
Yeah, so that was the first year we ran it in our club. So 4 coaches in the club trained as tutors, and then it was put out to the teams for the people that are aged 16 to 18 if they wanted to get involved. So it's split into 3 modules. Module 1 is a workbook based, so it's just about learning about different types of leadership, the different skills and qualities leaders have, and just different types of leadership. And it's about like expanding your own skills as a leader to improve as well. So then module 2 is about a presentation. So you're throughout the whole thing, you're working on leadership skills and communication skills with the people you're working with as well. And then at the end, you make a presentation, and it can be about anything. So my one was about the effects of doping in sports and how it can affect different athletes and individuals, and also the sport as a whole. And then module 3 is a community-based action project. So for my one, me and my sister, we did greeting cards, because it was during the pandemic, and we had to come up with a way to do something that would benefit the community, but it couldn't be face to face. So it couldn't be events or anything with large gatherings. So we kind of had to think outside the box for this one, and we came up with greeting cards. So there's a picture there on screen where we bought little greeting cards, we designed them. It was Easter time, so we kind of just put a personal message into the cards, and then we delivered them to not just old people around the community, but people that we would have been seeing often in the club at matches, say, or now we just weren't seeing them. Just people we knew were fed up with COVID, and just people that were isolated.
That is fantastic, yeah, and the cards are lovely. And I think we have another picture there to show you presenting some of the cards. I suppose, from your perspective, why was your project successful? Why did it go so well, and why did the community receive it so well?
I think it was successful because it kind of got everyone involved. So me and my sister made them, and we were teenagers, but it also got people that would have set up the club and would have been involved. It kept them involved, and just so they know that we were thinking of them as well. And it was successful because like, we weren't just forgetting about them, like all the work that they put into the club throughout the years, and now it's just nice to give back to them and let them know that we still value everything that they do for the club.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose you really strongly reflect what you would have learned in your first 2 modules before you took on this project, building up those communication skills and those leadership skills, and really taking that initiative to go out into your community and interact with the people around there. But I suppose, were there challenges beyond the global pandemic? Did you face any challenges doing this project?
Yeah, a few. So obviously the first one was COVID. Coming up with the project, it was quite hard because you couldn't be meeting up face to face and organising fundraisers as past age groups have done. And we were going to do coaching, but at the time it was in pods, so that we obviously couldn't do that. So it was, as I said, you had to think outside the box and kind of come up with the solution to the pandemic that the pandemic posed. So we came up with the greeting cards, and I think it was a good one. Everyone seemed to really enjoy them, and we still keep in contact with the people that we gave them to, and we received Easter eggs and sweets and cards, and it was just nice to be appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. And such a simple idea too, but a lot of meaning behind it. We might to our next photo, where we'll see you be presented with the Garda Youth Recognition Award. You've obviously made a big impact on the community. Why was this so important in your community? Why did this receive recognition?
I think it's really important to empower the young people in the community and get them involved, because there's coaches and there's older people that are doing everything in a lot of clubs and communities, and it's just so important that we give voices to the young people in the club so that they can give back. And obviously, yeah, we got nominated for a Garda Youth Leadership Award, and we won one. That's me and my sisters there. So that was really nice. We felt good doing something for the community, and it just felt really good to be appreciated as well, and we got back.
Yeah, you're very humble for such an impact that you've made in your community, and obviously everyone around there is proud to have you. The Garda in your community recognising you. So a lot of people will be watching this, either are running the Derma Early project or might be considering introducing it to their clubs. What was your biggest takeaway from the project that you would kind of wish to say to everybody?
I think it was just so worthwhile because in our club, so we did it for 1 hour a week on Zoom. That's how we started off, and it was just like the hour flew, so we upped it to 2 hours, and you get like a lot done, and it's just so worthwhile for 2 hours a week. We did it on Zoom, but it's just so worthwhile, and you can see the impact that it has throughout the community, and it has such a knock-on effect, and it's so like even for mental health and everything, and it's just so rewarding to see the benefits throughout the community as well. And it's also a good way to interact with your peers and your teammates that even we were doing with the boys side of the club. So, we wouldn't have been training with them like as we would have with the girls, but it was just nice to do something with them as well and get the whole club involved.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really interested that you bring up community in a sense that it's beyond the wider community. It's bringing you together in your own club. So that's fantastic too. I suppose it's just myself and yourself here. There's no management on this chat with us. Is it difficult, or would you encourage it?
I definitely encourage it. Yeah, it's so worthwhile, and to have an NUIG qualification at the end, that's so good, and it improve your leadership skills, throughout a club and on teams. Even like it doesn't just have to be a captain of a team that is the leader. Everyone should be able to lead a team, and this was just a really good way to improve on the skills and even just to learn more about leadership. Like everyone kind of thinks, I know leadership, but when we actually got into it, there's so many different types of leaders, whether it's in businesses or schools, or there's so many different aspects of it. And it was great to just improve on the skills and qualities that like people would have told me that I might have had. But then when I realized, there's all down to listening skills, communication. It's not just about giving orders and encouragement, as that is a main part of it, but there's just so much more to it. And it really, we really learned more about it, and it was just so entertaining as well.
Yeah, that's it. Absolutely. As you said, it's not just one person leading the group. It's you working together and your team works. A great team bonding too. And I know people myself that have gone through the program and been delighted with their outcomes, have travelled with their projects and really made a huge impact on the community. And you touched on it, and we'll just mention it briefly, your research project as well. Would you like to talk about that for a minute?
Yeah. My community-based one or module 2, is it?
The module 2, yeah. So what came before this action project?
Yeah, so we were in our workbooks and we had to come up with different ideas and projects that different athletes and things that different sports might face. And then we had to research a bit about it and put together a presentation. So my group did the effects of doping on sports and different athletes. So that was really interesting because it's so diverse. It's not just about leadership, it's about so much more than that. Other groups did mental health and how that can affect sports. And there was other ones on equality in sport as well, and a bit of politics. So it's so diverse as well. So my one, we did a bit of research on lots of different aspects. When you really get into it, there's a lot there. So I researched Lance Armstrong, and I just typed up a little bit of a case study on him and how everything that he went through, obviously, how drugs had the tests, but also how people are getting away with it as well. And it was really interesting to see how people are getting away with it.
Yeah, that's brilliant. So it seems the project as a whole, and you can correct me if I'm wrong in saying, but we'll cover, youth leadership from research right up to being out in the community doing things, and that's the importance of it and the relationships you're making through that. Would I be correct?
Yeah. Even though we did it through our Gaelic club, club is it's so much more than just football. It's about getting everyone involved in the community, all different ages. Even we had the under 7s training, and we brought in teenagers to train them. And, it's just so important to get everyone involved, especially at a young age.
Yeah, Phelan, thank you so much for your time. You've given us so much information. I'm sure anybody in the audience is very interested in the project now. Thanks so much.
Yeah, it's a great one to do. No problem. Thank you.
Perfect. So I'm going to hand back over to Jimmy Darcy, our Youth Leadership and Sustainability Manager, who's going to continue on this section on youth leadership.
Thanks so much, Emma and Phelan, and thank you for showing the leadership that you have done and sharing your stories with us here today. Just before we move on there, to highlight that intergenerational piece of work that Phelan was involved in, and through the CARD project. And one of our new national projects is GAA Generations, which seeks to provide opportunities for conversations across the generations and have them recorded for posterity. Here's a short video that hopefully explains it all.
GAA Generations, Conversations in Community.
The GAA, with support from the National Office for Suicide Prevention, have teamed up with the UNESCO Research Centres in NUI Galway and Penn State University to discover what the GAA community means across generations and around the world. We want young people to reach out to an older person in their GAA community and get talking about it. Record your conversation and take part in a research project that will be stored in the GAA archives for years to come. A conversation that you'll have for a lifetime.
Contribute your conversation to history. Bí páirteach sa chéad córa idir glúnt agus an córa idir glúntas faoidir riamh that nó is dar chun an lótas gael.
GAA Generations. Share your story.
So GAA Generations is a project we're really excited about. It's open to 12 to 21-year-olds that are members of LGFA, Camogie or GAA clubs. And we'd invite you to visit the gaa.ie/generations webpage to find an expression of interest form there. Moving on now, before we chat to Keith Ricken, just a quick look at the Lundy model of participation, which is a model developed by Laura Lundy in Queen's University in Belfast. And this model provides a framework through which we can improve our ability to engage the youth voice. And it's particularly related to Article 12 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which states that a child has the right to express views and also the right to have those views given due weight. So what does the model tell us? Well, it tells us that there are four things to look for. That, to empower the child to feel confident to express themselves, we have to develop spaces within which that can happen. And those spaces have to be designed in a way that is appropriate to the needs of the child at their stage of development. In the top right, then, we have to seek to support the expression by the child in a way that's normal for them. Again, depending on their age of development, their language development, their physical development, their voice may be expressed in many different ways. Thirdly, then, we have to look at the audience. If we're offering the opportunity for a child to express themselves, we must then listen, and we must put the people in influence into that audience so that the child's message can be truly heard. And if it is then to be heard, finally, we have to take action on it. If you're asking somebody something and they respond, you have a responsibility to listen, but also a responsibility to act on that information in a way that's appropriate to the development of the child. And at this point now, I'd like to welcome Keith Ricken. Keith is the recently appointed Cork GAA Senior Football Manager, and I'd like to congratulate Keith on that. But he's been coaching since he was a teenager, and has also been involved in coach education during his playing our GAA Games career to date. He's managed the Cork under-20 footballers for the last 3 years, winning the All-Ireland in 2019. He has a master's in education, specialising in guidance and counselling, a number of qualifications in youth, community and development work. His professional role is as development officer for formerly CIT and now the Munster Technical University in Cork. So welcome, Keith, and thanks so much for joining us.
Jimmy, how are you? Hello to everybody listening.
Keith, we might just start with your role there, and in our conversations during the week, you highlighted the word student there. You're the development officer for the Cork Student GAA Club. Why is that word important there in your role description?
I suppose what we're trying to do here in third level, and particularly here where I'm based in Cork now, is to provide a sense of community within another community. So to give something that's familiar to our students, but something that's also different, in that most of the boys and girls that would play here would be all members of other clubs and would be working their way up through the other clubs. But when they come here, they're central. It is their club. My job would be to provide Gaelic Games for students, not students for Gaelic Games. So it is their club. They own it. They take leadership of it. And and it's probably when a boy or a girl comes to college for the very first time, they've already been put in a box or a compartment, and people in the community would kind of have labelled them certain things and and there was a certain way of being, right? When they come to college, sometimes if they're not happy with that compartment, or if they're not happy how they're visualized, they can sometimes reinvent themselves at college. So it's an ideal opportunity for us to, I suppose, as part of that, is to, you want to be an adult, you want to grow up, let's make the decisions. Let you decide how much effort you're going to put into this. Let you decide how much, what direction we're going to go in it. And I think that's very important. I was very lucky to be afforded the opportunity when I was 17 to coach and to get involved and to take up an adult role. I use the word adult in inverted commas now, but to take up that role. And, at the end of it, I made bags of a lot of things, and I would love to do other things differently. Tony Bates was on earlier on saying, we've all made bags of things at times, but it's made me the person who I am, and I would like that opportunity to be given to the people who come in. So that's why we allow the word student here, so they know that it's for them and by them and because of them. So they are central to all that.
Thanks, Keith. And in your role there in supporting that opportunity and supporting by extension, and I suppose their development, how do you define what you do, and what are the the things that you feel you have to provide to each of those individual human beings?
Well, I suppose I was very lucky to be in a situation where I researched what it is that I do, right, or don't do, all right, and how we interact or don't interact. And I suppose, looking at this job in the 20 odd years, I still don't know what it is I'm doing, if you know what I mean. I don't know exactly. It's not prescriptive, but I do know, I suppose, there's a few small things will be that we're working with people. And that when you're dealing with people, I think there's, I've tried to break things down very simply because I'm a simple creature myself. So, there's the people, everybody, I would call them the 3 A's. Every person in the world craves it. They want to be acknowledged, every person wants to be accepted, and every person wants to be appreciated. So they're the 3 things everybody in life. And when you're working with people, you need, if you want to be successful, club or successful or anything like that, you need for them things to be connected all the time. As an individual, you come into an environment, and Irish people, and particularly, we'd be driving down the road in country roads, and some place like Mullingar now that was featured here, we'll go, I'd be driving there, and I've often been that where I wouldn't be familiar with it, and I'd be on the sat nav, and I'd be passing, and then you get a wave by somebody, as if to say, I acknowledge you, you're here, and if you pull up the window, you get a smile, and it's an acceptance, and I think that everybody likes that. And I think that's key. We were talking about mental health, and Tony Bates was talking about, engagement and stuff. It's key that if you're aware of the 3 of them things, it is also a fact that there is boys and girls who will come into different clubs and different sports around the country today. And, they will hope that they won't be acknowledged. Because anytime they are acknowledged, they're acknowledged in the negative. For God's sake, why didn't you do this? Or, come on, you're not doing that. You're late for training. And it's always a negative thing. They're being. So if the worst thing in the world is to be ignored, and most people would say their worst nightmares is to go into a room and everybody they know is there, but they can't connect with them. And they can't. It's like they're being ignored, and that type of thing. And if everybody feels that they're going to be ignored, that is the worst thing. But yet there's people coming to trainings and coming down to clubs and stuff like that that wish to be ignored, because the only time they're going to be acknowledged is in a negative form. So I think we have to be very, very conscious in how we acknowledge people, and how do we accept people, and then how do we appreciate them. And I think that if every boy and girl that goes into a training session, if every person that comes into a club, if everybody that does something for you, whether it's the water boy, whether it's the man who puts up the flags or the nets, if you have a personal connection with these people, how are you doing, Jimmy? Right? Jesus, thanks for that. You're some man. This kind of stuff like. And I think that's a phenomenal part of the connection. One of the things I was discussing there recently with a young player was the amount of, when I say young now, he's in his later 20s, and he's probably deemed as an older player now, right? And the more mature players on the team. But he, in a city club, he was amazed the amount of lads that walked away and reflected on during the lockdown and didn't come back. They felt that there was more to life than playing. And, he was amazed that, yeah. Go ahead, yeah.
Sorry, no, just to elaborate on that, like, and you spoke there about the various roles that people can take, and looking at the person in the round, I suppose. Have we? Is our definition of what the person in the field is there for, is that too narrow?
Oh, way too narrow. Like, he spoke about the guys just packing up and walking away from it. And they were saying, no, there's more to life than this. We need to go on holidays. We need to have a bit of crack. We need to have this. And yet, like, the most central part of being involved in a club is the culture of connectivity. The connecting with people. It is a huge culture. The GAA have, the GAA taken from the womb to the tomb, it sounds, because, we're tied into a parochial and committed environment, right? So we tend to be with people when they come in, and we tend to be with people when they go out. And that's a type of association which we are. And a lot of people don't get that connection. They're seen as good players, or they're seen as, but they're not seen as good people. And when you think about it, I mean, everybody that's here in the world, everyone who was on here today, is a unique individual, has never existed in the history of the world. In the 10 or 12 billion people that have inhabited this planet, they have never, ever existed before, and will never exist in the same form. I know, if you sat back in the amazement of what each person was, how could you look at a person just as a player? It happens to be a good guy, a brother or a sister or a friend or a boyfriend or a girlfriend, or, lots of other things that happens to play a sport. And, they can, I'm in a very envious thing a lot of the time that some of the first teams I would have trained would have been born in 1975. And, the first few bunches, 1975 team, they were born in 76, 1977. The guys who were born in 1977, they're still playing Junior C. There's about 12 or 14 of them still come together to play Junior C, right? And they like to go down to, they like to say that they're going down to give the young fellas a hand, like, but this is nothing about young fellas. This is about their craving for connection with the people that they have grew up with. Now, they've all lived in different areas and they have dispersed and they moved back, but they still come back. They still get involved with coaching. They get involved with stuff like that. They have a culture of connection. They understand the values of it. They were treated as a person somewhere along the line. They were seen for something bigger than what they are. And, for me, like, if we look at our players as players, then we're in huge trouble. We're in huge trouble. We've absolutely put them into, we've almost put them on a page as such, and it's very one-dimensional. But you can't look at a person on a page. You have to look at a person in complete. It's very three-dimensional. In fact, there's probably a fourth dimension that we don't even understand and I can connect with, but we know it is there. I do worry about a lot of people and a lot of coaches, and they talk about my players and my this and my that. I've often looked at it. Who is the person? There's two people you have to, like, there's a guy, I just reiterate this, maybe something small here. There's a guy here in where I work, Dr. Conor Burns, a great, bright guy, great guy. And he always said, to teach Johnny something, you've got to know Johnny, you've got to know basketball. If you want to teach Johnny basketball, you've got to know basketball, you've got to know Johnny. And I will always throw a caveat into that you also have to know yourself. Because there's three people in that combination. We call Johnny, like the person, then there's the sport. But there's also you. And what are your motivations, and who are you, and what's going on for you? And, I was here listening to Tony Bates earlier on, and he was on about centering yourself and getting your breathing right, and what's going on for you. People kind of look at that as kind of flowery stuff, tree hugging stuff, just that's old pantsy stuff, that's not for real men, or that's not for Joe Soap. This is for the Joe Soap. We do this, we've been doing this for a millennia. This is not a new thing. We have been doing this for a millennia. What is going on for us? It's just we're going a bit faster now, so we need to slow down and make it real for ourselves. But what's going on for us? What is going on for that young lad, or that boy, or that girl, or that old man, or that mentor, or that coach, or that lad who helps down with the lotto and the club? How is he going on? What's going on for him? And I think, like, if you just have your simple kind of messages, I suppose I always start with the end in mind, and I always try to act with the end in mind. There is a last day for every one of us. Every one of us, Jimmy, like, there's none of us escapes it, right? I know it's a kind of a morbid thing to be talking about now on a positivity show, like, but it is a fact of life that every one of us here are going to kick the bucket at some stage, right? And that we would like someone to talk about us, or someone to stand up in some box and say, here lies Jimmy. Jimmy, he was a sound man. What would you like him to say? And everything has an end. So your relationship with obviously your own relationship with life, that has an end, but there is a load of other relationships. Your relationship with the club has an end, your relationship with teams and people, and at the end of everything, if there was someone to stand up in that box and say, no, at the end of a training session, or at the end of a day down at the clubhouse, and someone stood up at the box and say, speaking on today, the end of the day, we like to acknowledge you achieved the following. Do you know what I mean? You're thinking about the end before you start. And so when you think about the end before you start, then you plan and interact accordingly. Like, if I have a son, we all have children, or we have all people, loved ones, and what are your hopes and wishes for them? So if you have a hope and a wish for them, and you would hope that that they'd outlive you, and at the end of the day that someone would miss them when they go, and that what would you like for them to be said about them? And you would say, like, you want them to be, that they were courageous, that they were brave, they were honest, that they fought a good fight, that they done their best, that they were kind and courteous and considerate, they made good choices as best they could, they kept friends. There's no mention of medals, there's no mention of millionaires, there's no mention of good looks, just mention of the most important things. Now if that's my wish, then I'd say, no, rear your child. So then that dictates to how I interact with my child. It's the same when you go to the pitch. What is your wish for these people? And that's how you interact with your people. And it's a hard, long process, but it's a natural process.
Thanks, Keith. In your role and at various times, I suppose, over the years, you've had to be part of a support network that might be responding to a tragedy or a crisis within a squad or a club. Can you tell us a little bit about how you fulfill that role?
Well, first of all, no one wants to be in that role. You don't wake up in the morning wishing for something that we are responders, and we're always trying to think of the positive things and look for things, but it's the things that are not us and throw us. Like, you could have a suicide within a club, you could have various tragedies, various losses, various upsets. You're dealing with an adult team, and there could be one of the lads, his wife and himself have to split up, and all this kind of stuff. And there's all these things. Now, you can say very easy, wash your hands and all that, and just say, that's not my job. But if you interact with people, you have sometimes to stand up to be the person that they need you to be. Not to who you think you are, but who they need you to be. And I think it was Meyler who said, like, I'll do my best because I'm counting on you, counting on me. And I think that's a very good motto to have, like, and I've often feel that within clubs, when there is tragedies and when there is stuff, people really care. I find that most people, you very seldom get a cold person. Most people really care, but they just might not be able to show it. They may not be able to reflect it, and they'll often say, "Jesus, I don't know what to say." And I often say, "Well, that's the first thing you say." And I'd say, "Go over and tell them, I don't know what to say." But you're acknowledging them that they're there. You're acknowledging that that you're a part of it, and that you're not the solution to it, but that you're here, and that they appreciate what they're going through. There is a fierce vulnerability. You've got fierce vulnerability, Jimmy, because it's you're exposing yourself. You could be told to mind your own business. You know what I mean, like Jim? That could happen, but you're exposed. You're not being a busybody, but you're just saying, "Look, I know what you got. I'm here." We had a tragedy recently. We were dealing with it. And, the first thing you do is acknowledge it. You can't be the elephant in the room will squash it to death. It will kill every club and will kill every association and will kill every relationship. You must acknowledge the elephant in the room, right? It just takes a small bit of courage to say, I'm here. I don't know what to say, but I can point you in some direction, or we can get somebody to help. I think like everybody in life needs a sense of purpose. And you'll find people that there was a very good book there, The 5 Regrets of the Dying. I know this is again now somebody morbid, but it's a great book because it sits down with people who are dying and they're wondering about their regrets in life. And one of them has often been like they've worked too hard, or they've concentrated on making money all their life, and they've missed out on the bigger, finer points in life, like loving their family, didn't laugh enough, didn't engage with people enough, So if you do know what the regrets of other people are and other things, well, you start trying to say, well, I'll try to learn from them anyway, right? I don't have to go through everything myself and learn every mistake myself to learn from other people. And if people, one of the great regrets is that they never found their real purpose, or they never celebrated their purposes. So everyone has different purposes in life. And if we're all unique, then we all have to have unique purposes, only that, like Jimmy Darcy has a role in this world that no one else can do it, only Jimmy Darcy. Keith Ricken is the same, and all the other people that are on this thing have different purposes in life that we can only serve. And one of the purposes is that we know stuff. And if you think about this, anything that we've ever learned in our life, we have never learned it for ourselves. We might think we have, but it's actually to teach other people. It is the reason why we're not swinging from the trees, Jimmy. It's the reason why we have evolved as human beings. We share a compassion and an empathy that we need to kind of reach out and touch to other people. And I think it's important. You're not being a busybody. You're not being a nosy body, but you're being a body to say, I accept and I understand, to some degree, that you're going through something difficult. I mightn't understand what it is, but I understand that you're going through something difficult and I'm here. And if you think about this, Jimmy, there are three things I suppose everybody in life will go through, no matter who. If they live up the house and the road and they look the perfect people and they're the perfect family, the real Brady bunch, everybody is straight teeth and everybody looks gorgeous and they've always seemed to have wealthy and they're always going on farm and they're just a brilliant crowd and they're good at everything. They're still going through their fair share of, the proverbial, like everyone goes through it. That's the first thing. The second thing is that everybody in the world does get overwhelmed by it. At some stage or other, we all get overwhelmed by something. It could be technology. I could be here and you'll be sitting down there, Jimmy, nice and relaxed, and then this computer freezes and Jesus, pandemonium, and you're going to want to throw it out the window. We all get overwhelmed by stuff, right? And the third thing then is that I think most of us, anyone I've ever met anyway, underestimates their ability to overcome it. So we've all underestimated our ability to overcome it. And that's why we need other people. That's why no man is an island, as they would say, right? And why an English teacher used to quote all that long paragraph long ago. But no man is an island, We need each other, whether we like it or not. And that has been the success of the GAA in lots of ways. It has been a constant. There is other sporting clubs and they do the same thing. But with the GAA, it's based in the area. You're tied into the area where you're born, and you're lucky or unlucky to be associated with that by birth almost, right? But it also has the concept that at an under-9 match, I'd be togging out and putting on my boots and going out with Johnny or Mary. And when I'm 29 and 39, there's probably still togging out with the same Johnny or Mary. You know, I'm talking out with the same people. So, and you know, there's a family. My father would have done the same, and my grandfather would have done the same, and so there's a real family connection to it. So it is a complex kind of arrangement at times, but it's also a fantastic arrangement, and it gives a kind of support that's often needed, and that's why people. We tend, like I said to you, we tend to bring people in, but we certainly tend to bring people out as well. So from that point of view, you're journeying with people all the time.
In that context, Keaton, and looking, briefly there, we had the video about the GAA Generations project, and something I think that was always maybe easier to facilitate back in the day, that intergenerational conversation and the appreciation of somebody at whatever part of the life cycle they're at. And I know we're talking in the context of youth development here, but I really think we're talking in the context of development generally. So what about the importance of that intergenerational conversation?
Well, I recently picked up the phone. I had the audacity to ring the president of the GAA, and he had the misfortune to answer the phone. And he was saying, "How did you get the number?" And I was saying, "This is the GAA. Just like this is like KGB don't have to get the connections that the GAA have." But so we got talking. One of the things I know, and I would have met him before, but one of the things that I would have really spoke about was this intergenerational kind of almost dysfunction in Irish society at the moment. And it comes down to because there's an awful lot of information out there that people are afraid that they should know all these things, right? And when you sit back and listen to everything, I've recently took up this Cork job, right? And I listen to people, what I must do. I would have a heart attack at the thought of what I could be doing. There's so much information out there, but you have to kind of park that, and you have to park and look at the brass tacks. And one of the things that older people would say is that, look, Jesus, I'm not a young fella anymore. I don't understand them people anymore now with their WhatsApps and their Facebooks and all this kind of stuff. You'll get all this kind of, right? And then you've got the younger people saying, he's old fella now, sure, he wouldn't understand us. And then you have, you have younger kids again, and you'll be saying, I can't, how would they connect with an old man? And yet, the greatest relationship we'll ever have is with our grandparents. Like there is a collective wisdom that we're automatically assuming that if a fella gets to 50 odd years of age, he can't connect with young people anymore. And yet we bypass our own parents and go directly to our grandparents for any bit of wisdom or support or unconditional love, because it's absolutely unconditional love. Our parental love is conditioned to some degree, but grandparent love is absolutely unconditional. And I was very lucky that way growing up, and I learned that a lot. So I don't buy into that that at 50 or 60 that you can't mentor, you can't coach, you can't connect with young people. I don't buy into that at all. I don't buy into the lazy think of that, that you need to be young, like you don't have the legs to sell them, as they say down in West Cork, right? Or you don't have to be a horse to judge a horse show. We've all been young, but and now as we get older, I work with under 11s, and I can tell you, as mad as and old as I am and cranky as I am, I still connect with them and I understand them, right? And and I have seen fellas in their 60s and 70s doing it. So I think it's a very, very important part of our club to look at the people. Do we just presume when they're older that look, you're older now, will you do the lotto, right? Would you do the nits and flags? Would you not ask older people to get involved with younger people? We do it here constantly in the third level. We have a lot of older people and retired men who come in here with. There is no issue with connections. There is no issue. So I just think it's a lazy mind frame to say that that you have your day. And I have seen the best people I have seen working with people are people who can connect. If you can say hello. My son was at a match recently, and he's an 80-odd-year-old man came up to me and said hello to me, and they had a chat. And 20 minutes later, they were still chatting. He's 11, your man was 80, because they said hello. And I think that's a big start.
And our 20 minutes or 25 have flown here too, Keaton. Yeah. We just have a few seconds left. But what does keep learning mean to you?
What keep learning means to me, I was looking at the 5 steps to mental well-being, and they're excellent because they're very simple. But to keep learning, as I suppose, really, I looked at something as a fresh start. Every morning that you get up out of bed, you have a fresh start. And what do I mean? And I wrote an acronym for fresh start, and I have it on my wall in my office, and I have it on my wall in my bedroom where I used to comb my hair, but I don't comb it anymore now. The fresh start for me would be that you would be fair, respectful, empathetic, sincere, and humble. That's the first part of the fresh part of it. And I've elaborated on that little points, but I won't have it here now. And then the next part of it, the start will be that you will be steady, tactful, approachable, resilient. And when I use the word resilient now, I kind of always couldn't find another R, if you know what I mean. But I hate using that word because we say it, and then that's because we are resilient. But just to accept the ups and downs, really, as such of life. And the last thing is that we'll be thankful. And I think as a person and as a learning day, if you can stand back at the end of every day and say, I have done my best on that, that's a learning day. And we either revolve or evolve. And I think as human beings, we should evolve. And we can only evolve if we learn. We revolve if we're bitter. If we do the same things over and over again, then we're just going round and round and round. So that's my twopence worth there now, Jimmy.
And Keith, thank you for that twopence more worth and more and your insight today, and the very best of luck to you in your new role as Cork Senior Football Manager. Thank you, Keith. Chat soon. It's my responsibility now to take you into a movement break, which will hopefully allow us to continue to engage with those 5 ways to well-being. The movement break I am going to lead is a dance. I had hoped to be pumping David Bowie's Let's Dance through the computer, but I haven't been authorized to do that. So this is going to be in silence unless you have music yourself. Move whatever you can. We've got a couple of minutes, and then Colin will hopefully try to reground us as we move back into the final section on Give. So I'm going to play Let's Dance in my head, get up off this chair and begin to boogie. So I'd ask you to join me. So that brings dance as if no one were watching to a new level in my head. Thank you very much. I hope you join me, and I'll hand back to Colin.
Jimmy, that was the highlight, not just of the conference, possibly of 2021 to date. And thank you very much for bringing us through that and re-energizing us all here. So we're moving on to our final way to well-being. I think Jimmy may have invented a new way to well-being, and that is definitely dancing like you couldn't give a damn. And half the country is watching. But we're moving on to the final section here now, Give. Of the 5 ways to well-being, and it comes to the core of what the association is all about, really, I suppose, in terms of people giving of themselves to contribute to something bigger than ourselves. And that one of the values of the GAA is volunteerism. I'm going to be joined in a couple of moments by Conor Meyler, the recent one of the recent stars of the Tyrone's phenomenal All-Ireland success, and by Matty Kilroy. But just to maybe link this, the youth leadership and the Keep Learning section into this here section, we're just going to have one more little glimpse into the GAA Generations project, and we would encourage you out there to get any of the younger members or older members in your club to sign up, and Blanid and Colette will give you the details on the YouTube channel as to how you can get involved in GAA Generations. And here's just a little video bringing to life one of the conversations that we have already captured, and we're hoping to get hundreds more of these.
It was almost social networking before there were social networks. It's an association that has left me with lifelong friends who, at the drop of a hat, would help you out.
Gaelic has been in every part of my life. It's always been my safe haven. The girls that I play with, they are more than just friends, they're more than just teammates. Like, we are family.
And is there any reason why, in all of this, your bedroom's still a tip?
It's all Gaelic stuff.
So folks, delighted now to be joined by Conor Meyler and Matty Kilroy as we delve further into our discussions, particularly around the concept of volunteering, of giving, and how that ties maybe a little bit into the leadership discussion that has on being authentic to oneself, that seems to have been a fairly common thread throughout today's conference. You're both very welcome, gentlemen.
Thanks, Alan. Lovely to be
Tom.
here.
Great to have you. Conor was in the green room there, just lamenting that Keith had stolen a lot of the topics that he was hoping to be covering today. And I think Matty was saying Jimmy had stolen most of his dance moves as well.
That's right.
Well, actually, let's just start with a bit of a reflection on what you heard there in the last section. Conor, what was it that resonated with you as a recent All-Ireland winner, somebody who's currently about to commence a doctorate in the area of leadership?
Yeah, firstly, thank you for having me on. I'm grateful to be here on what's been a brilliant day so far. I've picked up a lot from today, from the start with Tony, through Emma and youth leadership, and especially with Keith there. Hopefully we'll not meet Cork next year, because by the sounds of things, Keith's going to have them well drilled. And come here. The big thing I noted was that just the 3 A's. It's nice to hear people talking about that idea of being acknowledged, accepted and appreciated in any walk of life. That's what we want, especially in a group. We want to feel part of something, and the GAA, it's one of the greatest strengths of the GAA is how we can bring people from different backgrounds and bring them all together for one common purpose. So I think that aspect's very important for me personally. Whilst playing and being part of a team, when I know I'm valued, then I'm willing to give more, and Keith hit the nail on the head with that. So that human connection, knowing people, knowing yourself, the authentic self as a leader. If you're managing a team, a group of players, to get the best out of them, you need to acknowledge the fact that firstly, every player is unique. They're different. What works for one player won't work for another. And within that, again, players knowing and understand themselves, how to get the best out of themselves, so they can contribute as best they can to the team. All very important points. So
great stuff. It just came to me there in terms of, Keith was talking about us players being more than players. I don't know how much your recent achievement has filtered through over the last, it's only a couple of weeks really, but have you thought now about, people acknowledging you just as Conor Meyler, the All-Ireland winner?
Yeah, even to take you a bit further back, in 2016 I struggled with a number of injuries, and realised that, when I sat down with that development coach, I realised I was putting all my time and effort into football, and I was neglecting other aspects of my life. So from that then, I realised the likes of my academics, my family, my friends, I was going to have to, it's nearly like the analogy of a chair. When you have all these 4 different strands to your life, sport and football was really just one it was just one part of it. The rest were wobbling, and that's the thing. I had to start putting time and effort into other aspects of my life. So I've been quite good since then in realizing that it is just a game. Sometimes we big it up to be something more than what it is. And yes, it's important, but life outside of football is more important. And especially even there, since winning the All-Ireland, I tried to bring myself back down to reality pretty quick, which isn't as easy either. Trying to remember who I am as a person hasn't changed. How people look at me is slightly different now. They acknowledge you as Conor Meyler, the All-Ireland winner. To me, I'm just still the same person I was, and I don't want to lose sight of that or lose track of that, and still do all the good things that I was doing beforehand, and try not to get too carried away, which can be easily done. So that's where I'm at the minute.
Well, it sounds like you have the feet firmly planted in the ground, Conor, and you come across as a very grounded individual. Matty, just from your perspective, you have worn so many different hats as a volunteer in your lifetime. Like, you're joining us today as the chair of the Connacht Health and Wellbeing GAA for All Committee. You're Central Galway delegate to Central Council. I think you're still PRO for your club as well. But then beyond that, in terms of your work as an educator, your work in the area of mental health, your work in the area of continuous learning, how have you managed to give so freely of yourself, yet has burnout ever been an issue for you, or
Not really, thanks be God. The health has been very good. I've never suffered from burnout. I always felt I had to give. When you live in a small rural village like Caltra, which has maybe 400 houses, you have a duty to serve. I suppose I was lucky to be a teacher and a school principal in the local vocational school in Montpellier. But you have a duty nearly to serve the people that are around you and to help the people that are around you. And I suppose sport became a major part of that. And my involvement with juvenile football and juvenile hurling started way back in 1970. And would you believe it has continued? I visited the local national school the other day to accept a cheque that the children had collected for Cancer Care West, because we had our annual Cancer Care West walk this morning from Ahaska to Ballinasloe. So believe it, I did that walk this morning at 74 years of age, 15 kilometres, and enjoyed it. But I think I have to say that volunteerism for me has been a great part of my mental health, has helped me in every way to have good mental health, and always to have something to think about, and always to have something to do. My involvement with the club involved, coaching teams, but I was also chairman of the club for 18 years. I had 4 sons that won an All-Ireland in 2004 with the Caltra club when they won the Club All-Ireland. And included in that were the famous Meehan lads. So look, at being involved with your own children was lovely too, And right up along the line, I was always involved with them. I've probably gone on too long, Colin.
Not at all, Matty. The floor is yours. Conor, you've had a similar experience in terms of what Matty was outlining there, in that your father coached you at significant stages through your player development. Your dad was giving of his time as a volunteer there. One of the things, it speaks a little bit to some of the other conversations we've had here about ensuring there's an opportunity for everybody to play at the time that's appropriate to their development. Because at your earlier underage stages, you were playing on a B team within this club, I understand, before you progressed to the first and into the senior ranks.
Yeah, spot on, Colin. So Dad would have taken all my underage teams as I was growing up, and it's probably your first insight to the volunteer. in that sense, and everything that comes with it. It wasn't just a case of taking 2 training sessions a week. You know, he was always behind the scenes doing more and getting things organised. And as I was growing up, he was managing the team a year above as well, and I was never good enough at my underage to play on those teams, but we were blessed to have some extremely talented players at the time, very, very successful. And with a big club that I am involved in, Nomas and Endas, we were fortunate that we had volunteers to take a second team, a B team, who would play in the lower division, Division 4. So Dad realising that the priority for me was getting football, instead of sitting on the bench alongside 15 or 20 other players, we put in a second team. Now we lost every game. I played for a couple of years. I was under 16 and minor at a second team. For my own age groups, I played at my own team, but it was that team a year above, and you know, I suppose I was watching my friends play on the first team, and that was quite tough and challenging. But in hindsight, it got me football, and that was the main thing. So very, very grateful for that. And then my dad went on to take the senior team, in which I was involved in as well. Things didn't go well, and dad had to leave as a manager, and you know, probably didn't leave on great terms, but I always remember him coming back to me and saying, look, your club's your club, and that's it. You know, you'll be back out of training and you'll be back out playing for them, and that was it. You know, he still manages the underage girls teams within the club, a younger sister who plays, so he's still heavily involved in that capacity, and that's just the way it goes. Sometimes in your club things won't work out for you, and that's it. It's, you know, you're never bigger than the club, and you owe the club a lot to have got you to where you are today. So I'm very grateful for those opportunities, and I understand that I've more losing seasons as a footballer than winning ones, but the reason I keep coming back every year is because I'm part of something bigger than just me. I'm part of a team, which is part of a club, which is part of a community. It's a place I can go where I can feel safe and be myself and feel that I'm making a bigger impact. And Keith talked about purpose. I have a purpose there when I'm there as well. So, yeah.
Very good. Matty, I've seen a similar thread throughout your own time in terms of your contributions, where it's the club is another element within the community, you know, and I think that's the whole philosophy of the Healthy Club project, is to go beyond being just a sports club and to really drive the inclusive community side of the association.
Absolutely.
How have you seen, and you know, how have you welcomed the concept of the Healthy Club project?
I think it has been a tremendous boost to the club, because in the next week we're going to open our walkway in the club, span new walkway that we had funded by GRD funding, Galway Rural Development, you know, and that's going to attract new people in every way to be involved in the club. It's going to give the opportunity to parents to walk around the pitch while their kids are training. Look at being in a small community, the GAA is central to everything that happens within the community. We've just built a community centre, which not alone is a community centre for everybody in the community, but we also have the preschool as one of the buildings. We have the playground as one of the facilities. We have the dressing room as one of the facilities. Now we have the walkway as one of the facilities. So look at, it's so important to have all the community involved with you, because as Conor rightly says, the club is important, and you know, we're all part of that club, and all we can do within that club is make friends, not enemies, and you know, let them be people who are not interested in games. How can we cater for those, and how can we help those? And that's the benefit of the Healthy Clubs project. It's going to involve people that have very little interest in maybe playing the games, but you know, they will get involved in other different aspects. And I'll give you a quick example, Colin, I had 5 children. My oldest had no interest in the world in Gaelic football, but he was very interested in football, in music, and became impassionate about score and went to the All-Ireland final a few times. Never won an All-Ireland final, but got there in music and singing. So look, it just shows that the club has to cater for people that are just not involved in football either. And that's one of the things that the healthy clubs are doing. Regretfully, COVID hasn't helped us over the past 15 months to promote the idea better than it should. But with the help of God, we'll get over that hurdle too. And we'll be in a better position to look after people that maybe have no interest in playing the games.
I'll just remind Conor that Leitrim has more All-Ireland score titles than Tyrone has All-Ireland football titles, just to get that
very
little
good,
take
very
into.
good.
Matty, anyone who knows you, I would always use the word leader when I would ask them a word that would come to mind when I think about your contributions to the GAA. Is that a word you have ever used about yourself as a volunteer?
Not really. No. I think everyone can become a leader. That's my honest opinion, You certainly will develop tips of how to lead people as you get involved in organizations. And, I've been involved in many different organizations, and I've learned from other leaders as well how to bring people with you. I don't think you're born as a leader. I would say you develop your leadership skills as you go through life, and you certainly develop the principle of helping other people, and that's what leaders do. And in my different roles, even in education, in sport, in health and well-being, the idea is there to try to help somebody less fortunate than yourself. And if you do that every day you get up, it's going to be a great education to you.
That's interesting, Matty. And like we heard Féline chatting with Emma there earlier about her journey through the Dermot Early Youth Leadership Initiative, and that she was recognising that leadership is something that you can learn and there's skills associated with it that you can work on, the same as working on your weaker foot or your weaker hand with the hand pass.
Correct.
Conor, obviously this is going to be an area you're getting into some depth with as part of your doctorate. Where do you see leadership sitting in the association from a volunteer perspective?
Sometimes I feel like volunteers don't realise how much of an impact they have. And, as Matty alluded to there, he never seen himself as a leader, but other people probably perceived him to be one from the outside. It doesn't always have to be a formal role. Your role as a leader can be informal. And again, some of the best leaders I've ever come across probably didn't know and understand what exactly they were doing, but had such a big impact, because the biggest thing with leadership is that human connection and allowing people to feel wanted and valued. And again, goes back to what Keith talked about, in knowing and understanding your group and who's with you and who's around you, and how to get, really what you're trying to do is get the best out of people. And especially just coaches is the first one I think of when I think of leaders. The example a coach sets in an underage setting will have lasting impacts to that group as they move up through generations. And without realising, you could have 30 kids coming to your training session who are looking up to you as a leader, as a role model, as someone who they're looking guidance from. And without anyone ever coming to you and saying, look, you are a leader, this is how you do it, X, Y, and Z. There is no handbook. There is no script or formula to say this is how you should do things. You find that way yourself, and you find what works, and it's trial and error, and it works sometimes, and other times you make mistakes. So really that's the way I look at it. Like, authentic leadership to me is the most important aspect, and it's the one that'll get you furthest. When you're just being yourself, you will get more buy-in from people, and people are quick to see through bluffers, we'll put it like that. And that to me is where the volunteer comes in. people who are giving up their time free of charge to help and take underage teams in particular. Those people are leaders, and when we looked at earlier on the youth leadership thing, I think that's just fantastic. It's honestly brilliant, because sometimes we do abuse, in a sense, and I use that word lightly, but we take advantage of some of the really good volunteers we have in our clubs, and we get them to do everything, and they're taking 3, 4, 5 teams, and you're not getting the best impact then from that person. Whereas the more youth we train up and the more people we have on board, the more impact we have. And it goes outside of just football, and it goes outside of just the hurling, the camogie, the things that happen on the pitch. And that's a big, big message that's come out of today, and hope everyone takes away from it. There's more to a club than just what happens on the pitch, way more. And the importance of keeping good people involved. Like, that person might not be a star footballer, and as Matty alluded to, one of his children in the score as well. But by keeping good people involved, keeping good families involved, there's always something somebody can add. Somebody might be brilliant musically, they may be brilliant at organising events. Like within our club too, we have pantomime, we do the score. Our club's really proactive, and we have so many good people. Like even during lockdown last year, we had community events where, we had the food bank appeal, prescription deliveries, befriending services, people who weren't even part of our club, people from different religions and backgrounds were able to use our club as the hub of a community. With the lads and dads now, Gaelic from others, but what that does is too, it brings in more members. So from the likes of the lads and dads and Gaelic from others, we could have 40 or 50 new members as part of our club who are now able to help out on match day with the kitchen services or other things that are going on. And something I'm trying to get across even to the senior players in my own team, my teammates, is this is more than just the team. This is Club Oma. You need to be helping out. As a teacher, I always get dragged in for the summer camps and all the events like that, but even tonight we have games on out in our club, and I'll be standing selling half-time draw tickets at a senior championship game. Even though I'd rather be playing in the senior championship still, you still have to give back in that sense. So yeah, that idea of youth leadership, I'm ranting on a bit, but the more good people we can get involved in our clubs from a younger age, encourage them, train them up, it's only going to help for generations in.
And that's been a big message with the Healthy Club as well. Conor, from back in phase 1, when we had just 16 clubs involved, we found that, and right throughout the phases, in some clubs, there's that one champion that really sees this here as being a vital, something that can really add to the club. But it's too much for one person to take on, and that's why we now call on all clubs to make sure that they have a project team around them. And funnily, even the use of the word project team instead of committee seems to have been well received in a lot of areas, because people know maybe they're not being tied in for a 12 months commitment. They're coming in for a particular project for a distinct period of time. And for any of the clubs that are listening in that are thinking about getting involved in the next phase, it's how do you go out and recruit those new volunteers that aren't already wearing 3 or 4 hats in the club, so that they can bring that energy that you're talking about, Conor, without being burnt out. Matty, would you have any advice around that aspect of it? Sometimes how do we get more people involved and spread the load?
I think, Colin, we're sometimes very slow to ask. Mm-hmm. And what I would encourage is just look at the people around in your community. There are people there that would be delighted to be asked to serve, would be delighted to help in a small way. Mm-hmm. As you said, we don't land anybody with something major for 12 months that they're going to get burned out. What we want them to do is to contribute in a small way to a project. And I think we can be slow at times to look out and see that there are people in our community who have talents and would be prepared to share them if they were asked. And sometimes people are very slow to offer themselves, but when asked, they will do it. There's no doubt we are slow to ask. And my encouragement to all clubs would be, just look at the people around you. Are there people there with special talents that we could use within the club? Certainly go out, talk to them, ask them. You're not trying to load them with 5 nights a week or 4 nights a week. You're trying to load them maybe with 2 hours effort to help other people. I'd say ask, and that'd be my simple advice.
Well, it's good advice, Matty, because it is the biggest barrier to volunteerism, as a lot of research has shown, is not being asked. And
asked, yeah, correct.
The club mapping step that the healthy clubs go through, it's the 3rd step of the 7 steps to becoming a healthy club. That is to encourage them to look inside their club, and the biggest attribute that we have found, the most valuable attribute, is enthusiasm. You don't have to have any qualification around health and well-being or mental health or community development other than a genuine desire to contribute.
Correct.
Conor, in terms of that, do we ask our senior players in the right way, or our adult players in the right way about, we know how busy players are now to contribute or to commit to senior club football or hurling, but are we a little bit guilty of not engaging them in other ways at that time before their playing career ends, in order to ensure there is a pathway into other avenues of the club?
Yeah, it's a good point, and it's a tricky one too, because with senior football now there is such a time commitment with it. But again, what you're trying to explain to people or educate people on is, their child or their friend or cousin or niece or nephew, somebody will need the club in some capacity as well. And it's like, what can you give back? What the great thing is, we've had all our coaching through our underage free of charge. Even paying for buses and stuff away. Our club is so good at looking after people, and they're providing you with this hub to socialize and interact and be with people, and you don't get that anywhere else. You don't get that in other sports. So it's a very small thing to give back your time, and I think within our club, we are very good at getting senior players out involved. Sometimes you're twisting an arm or two and saying, look, if players support the event, then this goes towards senior funds or whatever else. But, yourself and Matty have alluded to just the use of language and how you ask people is very important. The power of language in all aspects of life, especially in leadership, but in coaching as well, how you get your message across to people. So sometimes it's a gentle reminder to players to sort of say, look, the club, we're looking at the bigger picture of the club rather than just the senior team. It's not a case of the club owes you anything. You owe the club everything. And yeah, you're just trying to educate people in that mindset, but the sooner you get it in the players at underage to sort of say, you are very lucky to be here and part of this team, and look at what the club has done, and we are so happy to have you here. You are valued, you're an important member of this team, you're an important member of the club, then you'll probably get more back from people in return when you have a purpose, the sense of belonging, their identity. It's like, I am part of Omas and Endas. It's not just I am part of the senior team, but I am part of the club. So
and it's also, I'm reading from that that it's about finding the hook for those particular players, if they do have a relative involved, or if they are into, what is their motivation for getting involved in a different way other than the playing of the game as well. That's a very interesting angle. So some of the concerns that can sometimes be raised in terms of clubs' involvement in the stuff like the Healthy Clubs project or the Green Clubs that we heard earlier is, is it going to distract us from the important stuff of winning? this is something that has been thrown at us from time to time. Is this year going to take energy away from the club's focus on, winning county titles at whatever level that might be taken to? What's your perception on that, first of all, Matty, and I'll go to you then, Conor.
I would say that winning isn't everything. Even in sport, participation is the big thing, and your involvement in training. And look at, only one club can win an event in any grade in County Galway, and there are 43 football clubs and 46 hurling clubs. So look at, you're not going to be winning all the time. So I don't think it's a question of winning. It's a question of participation. And, if somebody says your work with the healthy clubs is taken away from the normal sport, then I totally disagree, because we are trying to attract a different type of person maybe to be involved in the Healthy Clubs project, as well as the sport, of course. We don't want to interfere with the sport. But promotion of athletics within a club is no harm either, Promotion of music within the club is no harm. You could have a very gifted, as Conor alluded to, we could have one gifted person. Why shouldn't we look after that person, no matter what it is? I would say, we have a huge emphasis in the GAA on winning, but we don't win all the time. And if you win a club title every 2 or 3 years, at one grade, you'll be very lucky. It keeps the club alive. It keeps us going. But we have to look after the interests of other people who are maybe not interested in the playing of the games. And, that's basically where I'd say the Healthy Clubs project coming in much bigger, saying involve people that are not, active in the playing of the sport. Let them be part of it as well if they wish. Sorry, Conor.
I interviewed once Tommy Moran, who you know well, of course, former Leitrim County Secretary for 25 years, and I was working as a journalist at the time. And when he retired after 25 years, I asked him, how did he keep it going for 25 years as secretary of the county board? And he says, it always stuck with me. He said, in Kerry, they celebrate when they win All Irelands, and in Leitrim, we celebrate when we win. So it was, he was taking the small victories along the way. Conor, do you see them as mutually exclusive, a focus on a broader perspective and winning?
Yeah, I think Matty's actually hit a lot of the good points there. And to me, the two are intertwined in that my outlook is be a better person, not just a good footballer. And Keith sort of alluded to it earlier. Football is very much, I'm talking about football because that's what I play, but it's very much just one facet of my life. But being a better person, eventually your playing day will come to an end. And as Matty's alluded to, you can't win every year. I've had way more losing seasons than I have had winning seasons, but I still come back every year because I'm part of something bigger. And how do you quantify winning too? At the start of the year, if I was setting out my goals, would have been to win the senior championship with my club, but I also had put down to enjoy my football. I just wanted to enjoy this season as much as anything else, because winning won't happen every year. So you do have to take that into account. What is a victory for one team as well is it's getting to a quarter-final stage, right? We've seen a bit of progress. That's good. We've now brought in 6 young players. We've kept more players involved. It's your outlook on a victory. It doesn't always have to be silverware. So I actually think the two coincide well, and the benefits of the Healthy Club project will benefit the actual sporting side of it if used correctly. So
yeah, we won't name clubs, but we've definitely seen a lot of our healthy clubs going on to great success on the field of play over the last number of years as well. And while some might claim it's coincidence, we'll definitely put it down to their involvement in the Healthy Club project. And look, we're nearly out of time, lads. But one thing, the conference at this time of the year always has 2 functions really: to celebrate the phenomenal achievements and work of the healthy clubs already in the project, and then to invite others to come on board and get involved. And we're looking for 200 more clubs to join next year. But sometimes I myself wonder, in terms of the first part of that, do we do enough in the association to acknowledge our volunteers and to celebrate their contributions, considering sometimes the pedestal that we do put our footballing and hurling champions up on? What's your sense of that, Matty? Do we do a good enough job, and how could we improve?
I don't think you're in it, Colin, for acknowledgement, really, because basically, I suppose I'd see myself involvement in sport and the healthy clubs to make friends. And, I've made friends in our own club, but not alone that. I've made friends probably in every single club in County Galway. I'd say if my car broke down in Leitrim, I'd have 5 people I could ring. If my car broke down in Belmullet, I'd have 5 people in Mayo I could ring. Or if my car broke down in County Clare, there are 5 people I could ring. So
if you're ever stuck in there for...
I could go to Dungannon, Conor. I'd have 1 or 2 friends in Dungannon, I can tell you.
You've one at home now too.
Yeah, and 1 at home as well. And I'd love to meet you sometime, Conor. But I would say, it's not a question of acknowledgement or, but it's building fantastic friendships with other people. And that in itself is an acknowledgement. If you can build a friendship with people that you've worked with, that's going to stay with you for the rest of your life. And that's an acknowledgement of what you do.
Fantastic. And Conor, I know you just said that you have been the beneficiary of so much volunteerism that has, both in your sporting life and elsewhere, that has scaffolded you to become the man that you are today. Any final reflections on that from yourself?
Yeah, just to reiterate Matty's point, and he said it really well there. I don't think anyone becomes a volunteer in the hope of recognition. You're doing it for a deeper meaning or a personal reason to you. And to be part of something. And I'll just mention Rachel, who's hopefully on the call within our club, who goes over and above and beyond. And I don't hear her getting much recognition, but she's still always involved, doing more, and looking to help other people within our club. Not just if it's coffee mornings for mothers and for babies, and there's always stuff seems to be going on, and that's the beauty of the volunteer. It's that you're doing it without looking for recognition. And I think if we ever get to a stage where, there's too much recognition, you maybe don't get people in it for the same reason. On the flip side of that, I think it is important to acknowledge the volunteers so that they know that they are valued and important members. But it's finding that balance maybe. I've actually learned a lot today from just being on the call. The likes of the different projects, the Dermot Early project and different projects that I could definitely be more involved with. So I think even just the more media attention these things get and the more awareness would definitely help encourage more people get involved too.
Well, Conor, it's been absolutely brilliant having you as an ambassador for the conference this year. We want to offer you again congratulations on phenomenal achievement with Tyrone, but beyond that as well, wish you the very best of luck with your ongoing studies. I know you're working with Dr. Aoife Lane at Loan IT on your leadership doctorate, and Aoife has sat on the GAA National Health and Wellbeing Committee here in the past and actually oversaw 2 of the independent evaluations into the Healthy Club project. So thanks so much, and it's great to have you on our team. Matty, you're a long-standing team member. As you said there to Conor, you look forward to meeting him in person, and we'll look forward to hopefully having you at a face-to-face Healthy Club event in the not-too-distant future.
Absolutely. Lovely to be with you, Colin and Conor. If Kieran McLaughlin, if you're talking to him in Tyrone, tell him if my car breaks down, I'll be ringing him.
Great stuff, gentlemen.
Thank you, man.
Thanks. Not at all. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks, Colin. Thank you.
Okay, folks, so listen, that's the end of our final theme for the conference today. All that's left for me to do is hand you in a moment now back over to my colleague Aoife O'Brien, who is the GAA's National Health and Wellbeing Coordinator, and I can't over egg how much work Aoife has put into this here project conference today. She's going to give you a roundup of the kind of the next steps, but I also want to just give a quick mention to all the team. Jimmy Darcy, Blandit Carney, Colette Cody, and Geraldine McTavish, along with Malcolm and Colin from Avcom, and Lisa Crean from the Communications Department here in Croke Park, and the guys from Ballywire there who've been helping us out on the YouTube stream as well. I'm going to hand you over now to Aoife to do the final wrap up, and thanks very much for joining us today.
Thanks, Colin. Good afternoon, everyone. We're at the final hurdle now. I'm only going to keep you about 10-15 minutes max. You'd be glad to hear. So yeah, basically, as Colin said, I'm the National Healthy Club Coordinator, and I just want to say it's days like today that it feels like an absolute privilege just to have been involved in this project since its inception years ago, and just to see how much it's really grown and evolved and the impact that it's actually having on people's lives. I'm just refreshing my slides here, sorry. I'm working it from my phone. But yeah, just to see the impact that it's actually having on people's lives, clubs, communities across the country and internationally now as well. So it's just really heartwarming to see it all come together, especially on a day like today. So I just really want to acknowledge and thank all the healthy clubs for doing phenomenal work, particularly over the last 2 years during COVID as well. So just a huge well done. And I also just want to highlight for clubs that are tuning in that may not have been involved in the Healthy Club project yet, but I just want to, I just want to highlight that the work that you're already doing organically as a club does so much for people's physical health, their mental health, their social health. So just to acknowledge that before diving into anything else, that what you're doing already is absolutely phenomenal. And I suppose the whole aim of the Healthy Club project then is to, I suppose, transform clubs into hubs for health, but really by building on what you're doing already, building on that work that you're doing well, and providing a structure and a framework that will help you embed it within the club culture and make sure that it just becomes part and parcel of what the club are doing anyway. So that's really in kind of following best practice guidelines. So that is really the aim of the project. So I just wanted to acknowledge that first of all. And as well, I just wanted to bring up this slide just to show you, I know we've touched on a lot of the different areas that clubs can focus on already, but there was just a couple. I don't want to duplicate anything that has been said. Obviously, the clubs have done better work than what I could do explaining what they're doing in the different areas of inclusion and green clubs and youth leadership. But I just wanted to acknowledge maybe some of the other initiatives that clubs can do, and they might seem, some of those case studies, they're absolutely phenomenal, but they might seem far-reaching to some clubs who've never been involved before. So it might just be, I wanted to mention some that might be seen as maybe an easy win. That's what clubs have reported back to me. So as part of the Healthy Club process, clubs go through a mapping exercise. Colin mentioned it earlier, and that's where they basically ask their club members and their community, what areas of health do you want us to focus on? And time again, these 6 key areas come back. So that's mental fitness, no surprise, physical activity, diversity and inclusion, community development, healthy eating, and substance use and gambling. And obviously they're quite broad areas and they overlap in many instances as well. But I suppose what our job then in the community and health section in Croke Park is to provide programs and interventions and activities that fall into these categories. That so no matter what club you're coming in from, whether you're a rural, urban, large club with a lot of resources and capabilities, or if you're a smaller club that doesn't have as much resources, that there's something there for everyone. And I just maybe wanted to mention under substance use and gambling, I suppose one that has been really, really well received by our healthy clubs, and over 60% of our healthy clubs have gone smoke and vape free. So that means that within the whole club ground that there's no smoking, and it has been so well received over the years. It's been brilliant and quite an easy win, clubs have reported back as well. Likewise, I suppose with healthy eating, a lot of our clubs have adopted the GAA Healthy Eating Guidelines, and that's just all about creating an environment and a setting where that promotes, I suppose, a positive relationship with food, and just providing kind of a range of options for clubs and for children playing blitzes or matches and that kind of thing. So again, they're kind of more simple things that a club can do. And I just wanted to mention them because I think it's worth mentioning. And earlier on, I know it came up on the chat about the One Good Coach module that we have under the area of mental fitness. So it's on the chat functionality if you want to go back to it. It's an online kind of awareness raising, I suppose, interactive course for coaches. So it might be of interest if you wanted to promote that as well. And on these slides here, I suppose it's kind of keeping on that theme of maybe looking at some easy wins for clubs that are just maybe newly exposed to this area or thinking of getting involved. So when I'm after moving from Dublin to Ballyhonus just over 2 years ago, I was heavily pregnant with my first son, Liam, who's actually watching this on TV downstairs. Hi, Liam. But so when I moved to Ballyhonus, obviously it was a massive change, I suppose, let alone having a baby and moving to a new area. So obviously all I knew was my in-laws here, which were fantastic, but it was so nice to, I suppose, reach in with the local club. And I just want to say as well, like, I don't play football, I don't play camogie. So I suppose the fact that I saw that they were promoting Gaelic for mothers and others, and Conor mentioned it there a while ago, that was such a big thing for me, because I knew it was kind of a safe space that I could go up and have a laugh and just get out for an hour from my own head every evening, once a week. And it was just brilliant to help meet people and other women in the area. So it was so much fun. I really, really enjoyed it. And as I said, I'd only ever played football. I played it in 2013, living in South Korea, just more of a social thing. Again, it's just I'm not any good, to be honest, but it was just to meet people and the social aspect of it, and it really benefited me moving to a new area. And I suppose there was a lot of chat in the last section with Conor and Matty and Colin about bringing new people into the club, and I suppose since then I've got involved in coordinating a recent activity with the Healthy Club officer, Lisa McCann, here in Ballyhonus GAA. So we were rolling out a walking group there for the last 6 weeks, which are some of the pictures. So it was just so nice. I actually offered to give Lisa a hand because it was just a way for me to get out in the evenings and meet people, particularly after COVID. It was just so lovely to get out in the fine evenings and just go for a walk and meet people together. So I think it's just another example. Again, like, obviously I've been involved professionally with this for years, and I know the benefits of it. But even then, personally moving to a new area, I have experienced, I suppose, the benefits firsthand then of moving somewhere that does have a healthy club. And even obviously now as a new parent, if I was going to send my child to a club, which I obviously will be, like, I would be looking. Obviously, you mightn't have too many options depending where you are, but like, it would stand out to me if I knew the club I was sending Liam was a healthy club for many reasons. So I think that's just something to be aware of as well. I'm just going to move you on to the next slide now, which is just summarising some of the benefits of getting involved. And I suppose it's been touched on throughout the conference, so I'm just going to summarise it. I'm not going into too much detail because it has been touched on. But I suppose as well, obviously the health benefits involved from the health benefits for members and clubs by getting involved in the Healthy Club project are obvious. And as well as it being the right thing to do, I suppose, and a forward way of thinking for clubs, there are also lots of self-interest reasons why a club should get involved in the Healthy Club project. And some I've obviously mentioned a while ago, bringing in new members, bringing in different volunteers that might necessarily have seen themselves having a role playing, but there might be an opportunity for them to roll out, whether it's a walking group or something like that. Obviously then it increases, I suppose, the perception of the club within the community as well. Like, if you don't play GAA, you might think it can be quite a niche place and a scary place to go up to if you don't play. So I suppose just to kind of touch on that as well, and obviously bringing in
more members, more funding opportunities, more money. If you can demonstrate that your club is providing something beyond the traditional realms of a club and providing something for the community, there's a lot more funding pots that you can tap into as well. Obviously, positive media coverage. Conor mentioned the media there a while ago as well. So I think it's just important to kind of highlight those benefits. And actually that walking group that myself and Lisa were involved in the last few weeks brought €1,000 into the local club. So there's definitely, I suppose, financial benefits as well. I'm nearly finished now, folks. I just really wanted to mention at the end of the conference that we've now opened up recruitment for the next phase of the Healthy Club project. This is just for new clubs. Obviously, clubs that are already involved don't need to reapply. It is an online application process, and I'll show you the website in a second. The closing date is Friday the 3rd of December at 12 p.m. And just to note that it is an online portal, so it will close down automatically at that time. And it's just, I suppose, every year we get well over 200 applications. So it just takes a while for the steering committee to screen them and let the successful clubs know before Christmas that they'll be starting in the new year. So it is a very kind of tight timeline. And then obviously this here is the website. If you want to log on to it, healthyclubs.gaa.ie. I've seen all morning that there's actually clubs have registered already, which is fantastic to see. And obviously great that it's user friendly, that you got onto it without us explaining how to do it. So you can see on the screen there is a kind of a drop down where your club or your county will be listed. So you could just select that and put in your email. After that, then you will get an email with some login details, and it'll take you to the actual application process. There are 17 questions in total to complete. You can save it as you go along. So I would just recommend looking at all the questions in advance, having a quick scan through them. And then obviously you might want to go to someone else in the club if you want to get further information to answer the question. So it will save as you go. So don't worry about having to complete it all in one go or anything like that. So yeah, as I said, the closing date is there. That's, if you go onto our website, you'll see all the information there, and there's some help section as well if you have any issues. I mentioned already existing healthy clubs, there's no need to reapply. Obviously, you guys will be going through a new process in the new year where you can aim to, I suppose, strive to become a silver healthy club or a gold standard healthy club. If it's something that you've the capacity and the desire to do so, that option is available for clubs. So I'll be delivering a webinar there in the new year on the 26th of January to take clubs through that process. So just to make a note of that. And before I go into the next section, I'm just going to, I just wanted to bring up the final, I suppose the ultimate aim of the project is to involve every club in the country. And I suppose that every club becomes a healthy club, an inclusive club, and a welcoming club for all its members as well. And I'm going to announce the competition winners now. So Colin mentioned at the start that all clubs that pre-registered were put into a draw. So there is 4 sets of jerseys up for grabs, and it's broken down into the 4 provinces. So I will touch on that in a second, and I'll show you the draw winners. It's all done live. And first of all, I just wanted to thank, I suppose, the phenomenal speakers that you've heard throughout the day. I've been blown away listening to them, from Tony opening up the whole way through. It's been brilliant, and Conor and Matty finishing up. It's just been phenomenal listening to you all. And I also just really want to give a special thanks to all the volunteers that tuned in. Emma, as the youth leader, was absolutely phenomenal. Geraldine, Stewart, Ian, Rory, Mida, Joan, Faylene and Matty, you're absolutely phenomenal. So just thank you for that. Colin actually mentioned all our team members already. So just thank you all for, I suppose, pulling together for this conference. It was a busy couple of weeks, but it all came together nicely. And thanks to Malcolm and the team at Avcom in the back end, and also Ballywire, Paul and all the guys there helping us with the stream. And I also just wanted to put out a special thank you to our sponsors, who obviously this wouldn't be possible without their fantastic partnership throughout the year. So Irish Life, Healthy Ireland, the National Office for Suicide Prevention, and the Tomar Trust. So just a huge thank you to all our sponsors as well. And now, last but not least, I'm going to bring you on to the winners, the competition winners. As I said, there's 4 sets of jerseys that are up for grabs. You can see a quick visual of them there on the screen. The winners I'll obviously get in contact with next week, and we will get them branded with your own club crest as well. So these have been broken into 4 provinces, as I said. We had a couple of registrations internationally, so we mixed them in with the Connacht round just to even out the numbers across the registrations across the provinces. So firstly, I am going to focus on the Munster draw. So we'll get to see here now the winner from the pre-registered list. So that's Middleton GAA. They're actually one of our phase 1 healthy clubs who've been involved from the very start. So well done, guys. I'll be in contact next week to get your club crest and all the details there. So well done. Now moving on to Ulster. One of Rossa and Belfast, another one of our healthy clubs again. So that's fantastic, folks. Well done. I'll be in touch next week. Leinster now. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Seneschalstown, County Meath, I think it is. Not one of our healthy clubs, but hopefully one that will be getting involved in the future. So well done. And now on to Connacht, and a couple of our international clubs, as I said, were included here as well. Holloway Gales Ladies Football Club. I think they're one of our international clubs. I think it's a club in London. So congratulations. We will be in touch next week. Fantastic. So they're lovely. They're just a lovely set of jerseys to have for your club. Folks, I've gone a couple of minutes over, but we're pretty much finishing on time. So again, I just want to thank you all for tuning in, and I hope you took so much from it, like I did personally. It was an absolutely brilliant conference. Great experience, and I hope to see you all soon, hopefully face to face, as part of the next phase of the Healthy Club project. Slán.